never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Is it really that time already? Well, as I look at the clock, we've crossed over the midnight hour, Eastern Time, which means we're rolling into Monday. So yes, I guess it is that time. Close out another weekend and settle in. Another full week of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's our home base. All right, trust you had a good weekend. Coming off a long holiday weekend like the prior weekend. Yeah, it made for a short work week, but it also made for a really quick weekend, didn't it? They come and go. So we'll be looking at 12th day of July. Hard to imagine we're already rolling toward mid-July. Yeah, summertime, it won't be long. A lot of people complaining about the heat right now. Just hold on, in about 16 weeks, you're going to be wishing for some summer-like weather, because we'll be back in the throes of old man winter, right? All right, lots on tap as we get the new week underway here. Of course, we saw Stormy Weekend. Pappy Friday morning had sent a message about, he started a 2-week vacation. He was like showing the forecast for every day for the next, I think it was 8 to 10 days. It's like, there was rain in the forecast. And it's the same scenario right now. It's like, yeah, we're in this stagnant pattern. Where you get daily rounds of showers, thunderstorms, occasionally some heavy rainfall. Overnight tonight, so I'm looking here, a stray shower or thunderstorms possible. We had a little passing shower in just the last few minutes. There's more, Yeah, scattered showers kind of rolling up the Ohio River Valley. But the forecast through today, Monday, thunderstorms. Tuesday, scattered thunderstorms. Wednesday, isolated thunderstorms. Hey, we get a partly cloudy day, Thursday. Friday, back into afternoon thunderstorms. Saturday, Sunday, scattered thunderstorms. Monday, isolated thunderstorms. It's like, give me a break. Some days it's more like a 50-50 chance of rain. It's not going to rain all day, every day, but this pattern that's set up, deadly severe storms wreaking havoc over the weekend, starting Saturday across central portions of the country. As the atmosphere recharges for another round of severe weather further to the east, those storms indeed turned deadly Saturday after a 12-year-old girl was swept away by floodwaters in St. Louis County, Missouri. Severe storms expected to erupt once again, but everything moved a little further east through the day Sunday. Storms continued Sunday. Areas from the southern plains to the Ohio Valley, even in portions of the Great Lakes, saw some flooding downpours. Multiple reports were made early Sunday evening in western Pennsylvania, where they saw downed trees, power lines with the severe weather there. Thousands, they tell us, in Michigan, Indiana, Pennsylvania, parts of Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland, and New York were without power this past day. Cities from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, down to Nashville, many others in the Tennessee and Ohio valleys continue to be alert for severe weather. Even into the overnight hours, damaging winds would be the primary concerns, with wind gusts potentially reaching up to 75 miles per hour. Now, we also have some wind shear to contend with across eastern Ohio into western Virginia, and Pennsylvania, where you cannot rule out an isolated tornado there. An example of wind shear is when a strong cold front or blast of colder air moves through a region, and in this case, strong southerly winds ahead of the front are followed by strong west to northwest winds in the wake of the front, and that's the sudden change in wind direction across different levels of the atmosphere that can cause that column of air to rotate, and brief tornadoes can spin up. Along with the threat of isolated tornadoes, these storms will be capable of producing some heavy rain, thanks to an abundance of moisture in the atmosphere. While severe storms erupt across portions of the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio and Tennessee valleys once again, flooding downpours will bring the threat of flash flooding to areas outside the area where these storms will strike Sunday night. Cities like Dallas, Nashville, Chicago, and Detroit, and just north of both, New York City and Philadelphia can expect some torrential downpours at times during the overnight hours tonight. That's a good point for me to kind of zoom in on the radar in the Northeast, where indeed right now, you've got some heavy rains from Allentown, PA, all the way up to Scranton. Heavier rains pushing into Albany, New York. Clusters of thunderstorms. You're pretty much socked in with the rain through central and eastern portions of New York State. Get further back toward Rochester, you've seen some pretty decent thunderstorms pushing through there. There's a cell that maybe see what direction that's going. I'm moving from southwest to northeast, so you've already seen the rains in Ithaca. Things should be clearing out there as we head on through the overnight hours. Spotty showers down into portions of West Virginia, from Charleston to Parkersburg. Scattered showers over eastern Kentucky. There was a big cluster of thunderstorms moving through northeast Alabama, northwest Georgia, southeastern Tennessee. That's really beginning to die down, but you still have a lot of scattered shower activity from Jefferson City back to east of Nashville in the southeast. Then other lines of thunderstorms, areas east of Dallas. You've got some decent rains falling there, pockets of thunderstorms. San Angelo, you've got a cluster of storms almost just kind of sitting right over between areas just to the south of Abilene, again to San Angelo, nearly, not quite over, about maybe 3/4 of the way over toward Waco, Texas. Those areas could see some flooding with these continued downpours over an extended period of time. We've got a line of thunderstorms moving from south to north, an odd direction because you've got this area of low pressure kind of spinning there that's bringing those rains through parts of Missouri. Maybe you'll encounter some scattered thunderstorms in Springfield, down into St. Louis through the overnight hours. I don't think we're anticipating severe weather with those particular storms. Now, back out to our severe weather advisories. Yeah, right now, the area that's seeing severe weather is southeastern Pennsylvania, moving over into northern portions of New Jersey. There's a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings in the mix there. Aside from that, all the areas I just described, aside from some of these pop-up flash flood warnings in the torrential downpours, that's about it. Then, of course, western portions of the country where the heat is on, again, excessive heat warnings, heat advisories, widespread in that part of the country. Some of these numbers that had been recorded over the weekend, temperature-wise, are way up there, almost off the charts. But before we get to that, as the work week gets underway, showers and thunderstorms continue to drench many of the same areas that saw some flooding rain over the weekend. There's a piece of upper-level energy that's going to briefly cut off from the northern branch of the jet stream through Tuesday. And that's going to keep many areas east of the Mississippi River on the soggy side, anywhere from St. Louis to Nashville, all the way up into Boston. You're set to see more storms Monday, continuing some of the flooding threats in those areas. Hot, humid conditions continue to be ushered into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, thanks to a Bermuda high. That's forecast to become reestablished early this week. When combined with the southward dip in the jet stream over the Midwest, that setup allows very warm, humid air to surge northward across the mid-Atlantic into portions of the central Appalachians and even up into New England. There's going to be that will be the fuel for any severe thunderstorms to rumble across the east here on Monday. They should be isolated in nature Monday, but could erupt over the same areas that are seeing some strong storms here overnight tonight. Nashville, Louisville, Pittsburgh, New York City. Shower and thunderstorm activity continues with a chance of daily showers through at least the middle of the week in much of that region. Spotty thunderstorm activity will persist from the eastern portions of the Ohio Valley to the central Appalachians by the middle of the week. Then on Wednesday, strong storms may fight their way into the mid-Atlantic and even the southern New England coastal areas. Any of these storms that erupt would have the potential to produce some localized flooding, downpours, strong winds, a lot of lightning strikes. They always stress, move indoors at the first rumble of thunder. Picnic pavilions, tents, and umbrellas, they do not offer the protection that's needed from lightning strikes. Speaking of lightning, I saw Doc Holliday had posted a little message on Saturday, I think that was. Prayers for his daughter and his son-in-law that lightning had struck their dog, killed it this weekend. Lightning strikes, even Rover out there in the yard. Bring him in when the first rumbles of thunder. Meanwhile, let's look out west, where we've got this abundance of excessive heat watches spilling across the Southwest as folks there continue to bake under record heat. Most notably, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Death Valley, California. We're looking at breaking all-time records over the weekend. Friday, Death Valley hit 130 degrees. Now, that was a daily record of really getting close to the all-time record high of 134 there. Saturday, Las Vegas had a high of 117, tying the city's all-time record high temperature. The first time Vegas ever hit 117 was back in July of 1942. In the nearly 80 years since that first reading, the mercury has only topped out at 117 4 times. Saturday was one of those 4 occasions. They also set a new daily record of 116 degrees there on Friday. Flights at Las Vegas McCarran International Airport were delayed Friday due to the excessive heat. 364 flights at that airport delayed. Nevada Energy asking customers to conserve energy. Due to supply shortages, the company asked the customers turn off the lights, avoid using your large appliances and electronics, unplug electronics when they're not in use, turn off the pool pumps. On Saturday, St. George, Utah also experienced some impressive heat. According to the National Weather Service there, St. George hit 117 degrees. If that temperature is confirmed after a more thorough investigation, it would tie the hottest day on record for the state of Utah. And there's a number of other cities that broke or tied daily and all-time records over the weekend. Desert Rock, Nevada, tied the all-time record of 113. Barstow, California, tied the all-time record of 118 degrees. Bishop, California, tied the all-time record from back in 2002 of 111 degrees. Kingman, Arizona, reached the same temperature, tying the daily record there from 2003. Needles, California, broke the daily record Saturday at 122 degrees. Yeah, another heat dome, as they call it, is settled across the western USA. It's going to persist here into early this week. This setup is similar to what led to the extreme heat across the Pacific Northwest and Western Canada a few weeks ago when we wrapped up the month of June. This time, the core of the high pressure and the heat is anchored further to the south, and that's allowed excessive heat to build across that region. An excessive heat warning went into effect last Wednesday across several locations as this was all just getting underway. Yeah, the hottest conditions continued through Sunday. Not only the daily high temperature records being challenged, but even some all-time records. Death Valley just short of that all-time record when they hit 130 degrees on Saturday. That's incredible heat. Now, there won't be any relief during the overnight hours, if you could imagine, as temperatures refuse to fall below 100 degrees in Death Valley. Even without the help of daytime sun, Las Vegas temperatures are going to be a good 10 degrees above average, lower 80s during the overnight hours. The heat dome is generally focused over interior California, where temperatures are exceeding 110 degrees. Fresno, Bakersfield, looking at 115. Limit your outdoor activity. Stay hydrated. Wear light-colored clothing to decrease the potential of heat-related illness. The word out of Las Vegas, cooling stations are going to be open through the day today in Clark County, Nevada, according to the city of Las Vegas, cautioning residents about the dangers of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Air conditioners kicking into overdrive. Rolling blackouts are likely in California once again to curb the electricity usage. As the week gets underway, the hot conditions will begin to back off just a bit. But the heat dome continues to produce very high temperatures. Through much of this week, it's not going to be at all-time levels, but another hot week is in store. The wildfire threat continues to increase in many areas that do not receive any monsoon moisture. This is the third prolonged, dangerous heat wave for the western U.S. in the last 2 months. These have kind of kick-started a dangerous cycle where hot weather worsens the long-term drought, and then the drought conditions enable heat waves to become even more extreme. So far in the month of July, Las Vegas has only recorded a trace of rainfall, as opposed to the typical 7/100ths of an inch at this point in the month. I mean, that's 7/100ths of an inch. That's nothing to make mention of really anyway. Death Valley has seen no precipitation since the month of April, and that's going to be increasing the risk of wildfires across the region. Now, we mentioned the monsoon. There will be some good news in the offing. Matter of fact, tonight, as I flip back over to the national radar scene, there is some monsoonal moisture bringing some showers, even some thunderstorms to south central and in particular southwestern portions of New Mexico. From Las Cruces to Deming, you've got some pretty heavy monsoon rain falling there. Heavy rain over Silver City. Kind of a soggy night rolling along I-25 there in New Mexico, as well as I-10 in southwestern portions of New Mexico. Through the next several days, we're expecting to see quite a bit of monsoonal moisture kicking in, primarily over Arizona and about the western half of New Mexico, but they surely could use that rain. We'll break down the anticipated forecast for those areas coming up as we roll on into the early hours of a Monday. Well, let's jump over, see who's checking in to get the new week started. Kyle was first out of the box. Let's roll. He actually had another off weekend, 2 weekends in a row off. Now it's on the road for back for the racing action, a busy schedule in the coming weeks. We'll tell you where Kyle's going to be and some of our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored racers for the straight line racing fans coming up. Hello to Captain Ron checking in. Welcome to the best day of the week. You actually love Mondays. Is that the case? Timothy says, good morning, Norman. Another week on. Yeah, headed north to Nebraska. 72 and clear tonight. Coffee on. Lunch is made up. I'm ready to go. Scott, a.k.a. Demon, standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona tonight. I bet you're a little warm out there, huh? Morning, Steve. Tank checking in. Happy Monday. 75 degrees here in western Tennessee tonight. Headed out west to Fontana once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Tom says, turn the rain off, driver. Well, if I had the ability to do so, I would, but happy Monday from Rockpick in Rochester, New York. 63. Got some rain there. Yes, indeed. Hello to Todd. Rodney checking in from hot, smoky Nevada. Ken says, morning, my favorite overnight drive show. Kentucky Ken, serving and protecting. CDL school begins July 19th for 4 weeks. I'll be serving and protecting until July 17th. Then we'll see. Stay safe. So, yeah, Kentucky Ken still looking at maybe getting out there, getting back to his, the old days when he drove truck before getting into law enforcement. That's been, what's it been, Ken? Almost like 30 years ago since driving a truck. You know, one thing's for sure, the trucks are going to be a whole lot different versus what you were driving 30 years ago. Hey, a couple more here. Christian checking in, morning from southwestern Wisconsin. Pappy, 73 degrees, rain, ugh. I know. What a way to enjoy your vacation. Mercury Man checking in from Greenwood, Mississippi, 75 degrees, muggy. You remember that song, C.B. Savage? Yeah, you couldn't do a song like that nowadays. You know, I do remember that song, Mercury Man, the C.B. Savage. All right, that was the one. Yeah, a little sugar in his tank, the C.B. Savage. Meanwhile, we got to get a quick break in here. We'll open up the phone lines. We're clear, ready to roll. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, if you're fascinated with space travel, it's more like space tourism. It's kind of like officially underway. A successful flight this past morning with Virgin Galactic, the British billionaire Richard Branson. Now, they made their official successful flight. It was pretty fascinating to watch. Everything was delayed about an hour because they had some weather in the region out there in New Mexico. It's kind of a battle, though. Richard Branson officially successful. He won the race to space. Yeah, later this week, Jeff Bezos of Amazon fame is set to blast off on, actually, it's on the 20th. So just a little over a week away. Now, that's where the similarity ends. These two companies are developing what they call suborbital flights. That really, once you're in space, you're just there for a few minutes. But it's long enough to experience the weightlessness. And when you look out the windows, you can actually see the contour of the planet. In other words, kind of confirming it's not a flat Earth, which some people still to this day believe. Let's see, the 70-year-old Branson wins the race. Bezos, of course, the 57-year-old world's richest man, science fiction fan, founded Blue Origin 21 years ago. These are vastly different spacecraft, though. The spacecraft couldn't be any more different. Virgin Galactic, it's not your classic rocket. It's attached, if you tuned into the coverage this past day, to the belly of a large carrier plane and actually takes off from a runway. When they hit about 46,000 feet, the rocket plane, I guess you'd have to call it, essentially detaches, drops, then fires up the rocket engine. And then after a few seconds goes nearly straight up. Straight up for a few minutes. You reach that level of weightlessness. I think they reached 270,000 feet. I think we're talking like 50 miles above the earth. And you're there for just a few minutes. You only have like 4 minutes of weightlessness once you unbuckle your belts and everything. Then it's like you got to buckle up and get ready to start heading back. Virgin Galactic can accommodate 2 pilots and up to 6 passengers. They've got 12 large windows and 16 cameras. Blue Origin, on the other hand, totally different ballgame. More of your classic rocket experience, vertical blast off that accelerates to more than Mach 3 or 3 times the force of Earth's gravity. Once it reaches the proper altitude, a capsule separates from the booster. Again, spends about 4 minutes at an altitude exceeding 60 miles, during which time they can experience the whole weightlessness and, again, observe the curvature of the Earth. That booster lands autonomously on the pad a couple miles from the launch site. The capsule then floats back to the Earth with 3 large parachutes that slow it down to about 1 mile an hour when it actually touches down. The capsule, in this case, seats 6, and there are 6 large windows. All right, there's a lot of risk in any of these suborbital flights. It's be interesting to see how things unload in the coming days and weeks, but I think they're talking like the price tag. This isn't the kind of thing where I'm going to be able to jump on the bandwagon and take a flight on Branson's space plane. It's like $250,000 for a trip that essentially from takeoff down the runway to landing back on the runway, it's about a 1 hour total adventure. $250,000. Little on the expensive side, if you ask me, but all right, we'll get your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. I believe Colton's on the line. That may be Freddie the Freeloader checking in. Yeah. Hang in there. Got you coming up. Right now, though, a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 people have been arrested in Denver on drug and weapons charges at a hotel near Coors Field, where the MLB All-Star Game will be held this week. 3 men and a woman were arrested at the Maven Hotel after police received a tip about suspicious activities in the 2 rooms. The FBI says it has no reason to believe that the group posed any threat to the nearby All-Star Game. And dozens of wildfires continue to burn in the western U.S. as the region deals with another heat wave. Excessive heat warnings have been issued in 6 states with millions baking under record high temperatures. Las Vegas tied its record high on Saturday at 117 degrees. The Beckworth Complex fire in eastern California is now the largest in the state, having burnt more than 86,000 acres. The U.S. Forest Service says it's only around 8% contained and threatening to cross into Nevada. The bootleg fire in southern Oregon doubled in size over the weekend to over 144,000 acres with 0% containment as of Sunday morning. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Good to have you with us. Buckeye Boy checking in from Morgan Hill, California, where it's a comfortable 71 degrees. Extremely better temperature than the 106 to 120 degree temperatures I was in. From the California border on I-40 all the way across to California 58 to Lost Hills, then north on I-5 to California 152. Once I got over the mountains at the San Luis Reservoir, to 101, the temps actually got tolerable. I'll be delivering in San Fran tomorrow. And then wait and see what I'm doing next. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, that was hot out there. 106 to 120 degrees. Colton says I get my stitches out today. Hooray. Glad to hear that, Colton. You're on the mend, right? Okay. Dean says, hey, Pappy, I hope you'll at least get a few nice days during your vacation. Like a few breaks in the weather, right? Good morning, Your Honor, from JK Energy from Arizona. CPAC was a blast. Let's pray we take back our government. Chris, the night shift nurse, back with us, checking in. I'm on my third 12 in a row. Boys, those are long days. Another busy week ahead. Have a great week, and be safe out there, drivers. Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan, 68 degrees. Good morning, Steve. And all for the best 5 hours of my morning. That's very nice of you. All right. Colton says, I'm so happy I'm getting my stitches out. Michigan Madman checking in this morning. Heat waves out there with us. Good morning, America. Let's see. An SLC. Damned if I know where I'm going to be headed next. Okay. Scott checking in from Steubenville, Ohio with us once again. Daniel, morning from New Mexico. Copy in the mail. Chevy guy's not rolling this morning. Got a night off, hum. So I guess we may or may not hear from Chevy guy. Let me see here. All's quiet on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be Freddie?
Yeah, this is not the Freddie Freeloader as you usually talk to, though.
I had no idea. There's more than one Freddie the Freeloader?
Well, I got this handle hung on me back in the late 60s, early 70s because of Red Skelton show.
Uh-huh.
And they just called me Freeloader, though. But I know there's a Freddie the Freeloader out there for a long, long time also.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who's been there the longest, but I called you a while back, a few weeks ago. I can't get hooked up on iHeartRadio with you. I lost my paperwork on how to do that.
All right, if you want to listen to the live program, are you going to be like listening on a smartphone? Is that what you're going to try to do?
It's an iPhone. I've got iHeartRadio on my iPhone.
All right, on your iPhone, if you'll go to the App Store, type in overnightdriveradio.com, and you can download the app, and that's where you can catch the live midnight to 5. And I see iHeartRadio carries the podcast. Like, later today, you'd be able to listen to this morning's live show. You don't get the live program via iHeart. So we've got our own. We've got our own app, overnightdriveradio.com. It's the same on the Android or the iPhone. Just go to the respective app stores.
Right, that's what I wasn't doing right. I've been off for about 3 weeks. I put a new engine in his truck, and I lost all my information on that somehow. So that way I can get back to listen to you live again.
Exactly, yeah. Catch the live show, and then if you're not up at night on any occasion, you can do the iHeartRadio or any of the podcast locations to listen at a later time.
Okay, that's cool. I appreciate the information. I'm going to get off of here and get on there and type that in and start listening to you
All
live.
right. Very good. Well, thanks for checking in, Freeloader. Don't be a stranger. There you go, Freeloader. That's just, when I saw Freeloader, I thought immediately, that's got to be Freddie the Freeloader. All right, now let's see. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 72 degrees, mostly clear. Looks like they're going to cut us off after this load. I have some new trailers and engines to move this week, so I'm back on days. Good morning to all. Santa Claus checking in from out west there in California. Sent me the road conditions on I-80 right now. Let's see. I guess the one thing he wanted me to mention, in the Northern California area and Sierra Nevada, all westbound trucks are required to stop at the brake check area. Half-mile west of Nyack, Placer, Colorado. Yeah, they're trying to reduce the risk of brake fires in that region. I do know that there's, headed here, California, right, over the weekend, firefighters struggling to contain an exploding Northern California wildfire under blazing temperatures, another heat wave hitting there out west. Friday, as we already mentioned, Death Valley hit a staggering 130 degrees. But the fire they're talking about, the Beckworth Complex, 2 lightning-caused fires burning 45 miles north of Lake Tahoe, showing no signs of slowing. It's rushed northeast from the Sierra Nevada forest region after doubling in size between Friday and Saturday over the weekend. California's northern mountain areas have already seen several large fires that have destroyed more than a dozen homes. No confirmed reports of building damage with this blaze yet, but the fire has prompted evacuation orders of roughly 2,800 people along with the closure of nearly 200 square miles of Plumas National Forest. On Friday, hot rising air formed a gigantic smoke cloud that reached thousands of feet high and was actually creating its own lightning, according to fire information officers. Spot fires caused by embers leaping up to a mile ahead of the northeastern flank of that storm. It's too far for firefighters to safely battle. Winds funneling the fire up draws and canyons full of dry fuel, where it actually picks up speed. Flames rising up to 100 feet in the air in some places, forcing firefighters to focus instead on trying to build dozer lines to protect homes. All right, firefighters usually take advantage of cooler, more humid nights to advance on a fire, but the heat and the low humidity it's just not even letting up overnight. More than 1,200 firefighters being aided by aircraft, but the blaze is expected to continue forging ahead. The air was so dry that some of the water dropped by aircraft evaporated before even reaching the ground. If you could imagine that. And we're expecting more of the same day after day after day. Blaze is only 8% contained, increased dramatically to 86 square miles after fire officials were able to make better observations. That's one of several fires that are threatening homes in the western states where they're expected to heat. They saw the triple-digit heat through the weekend, and more of that on tap today and even into Tuesday. The National Weather Service warned that these dangerous conditions obviously can cause heat illness, and the California grid operator issued a statewide flex alert. To avoid disruptions and rolling blackouts, the independent system operator warned of potential power shortage, not only because of the mounting heat, but because of a wildfire in southern Oregon that was threatening some of the transmission lines that carry imported power to California. Pushed by the strong winds, the Oregon fire doubled in size to 120 square miles Saturday, racing through heavy timber in the Fremont-Whitman National Forest near Klamath County, the town of Sprague River. Nevada's largest power provider, also urging customers to conserve electricity over the weekend because of the heat wave and wildfires affecting transmission lines in that region as well. Southern California, a brush fire sparked by a burning big rig in eastern San Diego County, forcing evacuations of 2 Native American reservations over the weekend. In north central Arizona, Saturday, they lifted evacuation warnings for Black Canyon City, which is an unincorporated town about 43 miles north of Phoenix. A nearby wildfire there no longer posing a threat to that town, but they've got fires in Idaho, Washington, Oregon, Western Canada. It's that time of the year once again, and when you get this whole monsoon thing ramping up, that's where the concern is of the dry lightning, possibly igniting more wildfires. All right, wide open lines here on a Back to Work Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Heard in the news break there, bottom of the hour. This makes you kind of scratch your head and wonder. You heard the 4 suspects arrested in Denver after apparently the maid working at the hotel near Coors Field Stadium discovered a bunch of guns laid out in a room. Of course, Coors Field is scheduled Tuesday night, the site of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Of course, after being relocated from Atlanta over Georgia's voting rights law. That's a whole nother story. Now, the FBI says at this point there's no immediate indication that the All-Star Game or any of the related events were targets by these suspects, but it is an ongoing investigation. Police initially feared something like a Las Vegas-style shooting may have been in the works. But in the report says, this occurred on Friday, apparently, in Denver. Police removed 16 long guns, body armor, and more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Now, you recall the Las Vegas shooting. The question at the time was, how did these individuals, in this case, the individual get all those long guns up into that high-rise hotel there in Las Vegas? I guess they're looking at the same question. Why would you have 16 long guns, body armor, and 1,000 rounds of ammunition in a hotel room there in Denver? That is somewhat concerning. The report of the discovered weapons led to a massive law enforcement response, including SWAT personnel to the Maven Hotel. Saturday, authorities said 3 men and 1 woman had been arrested. Men were identified as 42-year-old Richard Platt, 48-year-old Gabriel Rodriguez, and Ricardo Rodriguez, 44 years old, all taken into custody as part of an investigation into allegations of possession of a weapon by a previous offender, was the report. One of the male suspects posted on Facebook that he was recently divorced and wanted to go out in a big way. Okay. The female suspect, identified as Katalua Sirkawa, 43 years old, being investigated on possible charges of possession of a controlled dangerous substance with intent to distribute. 2 of the male suspects also being investigated on possible drug charges. The one hotel guest said he and others received a phone call telling them to remain in their rooms as police conducted their investigation. I asked what was going on, and all they said was there's a few people that are up to no good on the 4th and the 8th floor. They were told that a maid had discovered the weapons. Hotel alerted authorities. So police say they searched 2 rooms and pounded 2 vehicles after arriving at the scene. Not clear if the suspects were arrested at the hotel or some other destination, but definitely you're raising some red flags. That's a lot of long guns, and especially for someone that says, I want to go out in a big way. We'll see where that goes. It may have been a mass shooting potentially thwarted by the hotel maid there. We shall see. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So yeah, indeed, they had the CPAC convention in Dallas over the weekend. That's the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC for short. And former President Donald Trump wins the 2024 Republican presidential nomination straw poll at the CPAC in Dallas, capturing 70% of the votes there. According to the report this past afternoon, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in second at 21%. In the hypothetical poll, with no one else among the 19 potential Republican White House contenders winning more than 1% support. I want to personally thank each and every one of you for your incredible support, Trump says as he gave the Dallas keynote address minutes after the announcement of the results. At CPAC's straw poll in February back in Orlando, Trump had only won 55% of the vote there. CPAC has long been the nation's largest, most influential gathering of conservatives. They have strongly supported Trump ever since his 2016 election. In a second question asked in Dallas about who would capture the nomination if Trump were not on the ballot, DeSantis easily won that. 68% of the vote. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo came in second with a distant 5%, followed by Donald Trump Jr. and Ted Cruz at 4%, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem at 3%. Nobody else had more than 2%. So it really is, right now, more like the Trump-DeSantis show. Yeah, DeSantis has really shot up in popularity among conservatives for his opposition to lockdowns and COVID restrictions during the pandemic. DeSantis also won the second straw poll question in Orlando several months ago, finishing with 43% support in the hypothetical nomination shutdown with Trump. Noem came in second at 11% there. It says 88% of the more than 1,500 attendees at CPAC at the three-day Dallas event who took part in the poll said they strongly approve of the job Trump did as president, with another 10% somewhat approving. So that's 95% of the attendees that were there that participated in the poll that thought Trump did a good job. All right, we'll be rolling our way toward top of the hour news update here on a Monday, as typically the case is. Very quiet on the phones Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388. For those who still pay attention to what's going on in the world of NASCAR, I did not catch the race, but I just double-checked on the headlines to see how things turned out at Atlanta this weekend. And sounds like it was a pretty exciting race toward the end there, as the brothers were battling it out for the win. The brothers being Kurt Busch and Kyle Busch. Kurt Busch able to get around Kyle in the closing laps and hold him off for the victory at Atlanta Motor Speedway. So there you go. In Winner's Circle, it was kind of funny. Kurt was like, hell yeah, we beat Kyle. And he said, but of course, I taught him everything he knows about racing. He should be grateful. Say, oh, little sibling rivalry going on there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. All right, a couple of industry headlines as we wind things down for hour number one here. We mentioned last week that in the state of New York, they're going to be closing 10 of the service areas for the summer. It's a renovation project, apparently. And truckers not at all happy about the closure. 10 service areas. Truckers are worried about what am I going to do in the meantime. Last week, the New York State Thruway announced a $450 million construction project that's going to start at the end of this month. And while the prospect of healthier food options and updated rest services have truckers looking forward to the upgrades, drivers still aren't sure what they're going to do for the next year as they await the reopening of these long-standing service areas. You're going to make it more inconvenient for people who could use it the most, said one driver, pointing out that these service areas act as sort of a port in a storm for drivers traveling in that state. If you're going to close 10 at the same time, drivers are worried that the remaining areas available to truckers are going to be even more crowded, which obviously they will, therefore more unsafe than they already are. Yeah, that's a lot of problems that you're going to have when you're going to, talking about pollution, you're going to have more litter, you're going to have people doing things they shouldn't be doing on the side of the road, so it's not safe. While the state offers no solutions, they have reiterated that the truck parking spots will still be available to drivers even if the other amenities at the service area are not available. But they do say all truck parking is going to remain open during construction. No two consecutive service areas in the same direction would be closed at the same time, meaning that the nearest service area is approximately 20 to 30 miles away. And once complete, truckers will enjoy benefits at select service areas, things like shows, laundry, a fitness center, a private entrance. So it's going to be nicer when they're done, but between now and then, many drivers not real happy about that. All right, wrap it up for hour number one. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 people have been arrested in Denver on drug and weapons charges at a hotel near Coors Field, where the MLB All-Star Game will be held this week. 3 men and a woman were arrested at the Maven Hotel after police received a tip about suspicious activities in the 2 rooms. The FBI says it has no reason to believe that the group posed any threat to the nearby All-Star Game. And dozens of wildfires continue to burn in the western U.S. as the region deals with another heat wave. Excessive heat warnings have been issued in 6 states with millions baking under record-high temperatures. Las Vegas tied its record high on Saturday at 117 degrees. The Beckworth Complex fire in eastern California is now the largest in the state, having burnt more than 86,000 acres. The U.S. Forest Service says it's only around 8% contained and threatening to cross into Nevada. The bootleg fire in southern Oregon doubled in size over the weekend to over 144,000 acres with 0% containment as of Sunday morning. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
A new study purportedly backs up claims that the COVID vaccines have saved thousands of lives. Mike Fortier reports.
Researchers at the Yale School of Public Health find the vaccine saved up to 279,000 lives in the U.S. The study released this week also finds vaccines prevented over 1 million people from being hospitalized. The study's lead author warns, though, that the danger is not over and now is not the time to let down our guard. Researchers warn the gains we have made against the virus could be swiftly reversed by the Delta variant, which they say has the potential to unleash a surge of new cases among the millions who remain unvaccinated. From the USA Radio News Florida Bureau, I'm Mike Fortier.
And 6 months after the riots at the Capitol building, the security fencing that was erected in the aftermath has finally come down. Capitol Police decided to take the barriers down based on the state of threats against the Capitol and improvements in their abilities to respond to those threats. The last sections of the fencing that once surrounded several blocks around Capitol Hill came down over the weekend. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Billionaire Richard Branson blasted into space Sunday morning, joining 3 other passengers aboard a Virgin Galactic rocket. Brad Bernards has more.
Lifting off from Spaceport America in Las Cruces, New Mexico, Branson was among 3 other mission specialists who reached speeds 3 times the speed of sound.
So just imagine a world where people of all ages, all backgrounds, from anywhere, of any gender, of any ethnicity, have equal access to space. And they will in turn, I think, inspire us back here on Earth. If you've ever had a dream, now is the time to make it come true. And I'd just like to end by saying, welcome to the dawn of a new space age. Thank you.
Sunday's launch was pushed back about 90 minutes from its original start time. From the USA Radio News West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Italy are the champions of Europe after beating England in a penalty shootout in the final of Euro 2020. The match finished 1-1 after extra time before England missed 3 straight penalty shots, giving the Azzurri the 3-2 win in the shootout. For Italy, the victory completes a comeback story for a team that missed qualifying for the 2018 World Cup, the first time in 60 years they didn't make the tournament. For England, the defeat extends a long streak of frustration. The Three Lions haven't won a major championship since taking the 1966 World Cup. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, back at it, round number 2 on a Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week, right? Well, unless you're on vacation. Happy. That's it. It's just another day right about now. All right, mentioned, I guess things went fairly well for the tractor pulls there Rockwell, Iowa. Saw some of the videos Josh was posting there. I know they had a lot of rain early in the day Friday. And no problems Thursday. Got the update from John Dunlap there Friday morning. And they were racing Friday, or they were pulling Friday night. Now, speaking of racing, things are going to get back into swing coming up starting this upcoming weekend, Saturday the 17th. That's the Party at the Villa, Backwards No Prep, presented by Hot Shot Secret in Knoxville, Tennessee at the Knoxville Drag Strip. Kyle will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth there. Following weekend, Josh is back out on the road once again. The NTPA 42nd Annual Lions Super Pool of the South at Lions Motorsports Park, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. There's it. Josh will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth there. It's a big weekend following that, July the 27th through the 31st. The Loose Rocker St. Patrick's Top ET300K in Benson, North Carolina at Gallup Motorsports Park. Hot Shot Secret's actually sponsoring the live feed of all the action on Motor Mania TV, which would be free to tune in. Very simple. Just go to www.motormaniatv.com, or you can go to the Motor Mania TV YouTube page, and you can catch all the racing action there from Benson, North Carolina. That same weekend, Friday and Saturday, this is where Kyle's going to be. It'll be the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. Yeah, Rocky Top Diesel Shootout number 8 in Crossville, Tennessee at the Crossville Dragway. Kyle, again, will be on site at that particular event with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. And then we can look ahead on into August. Looks like a busy weekend after weekend. Like I said, Kyle's going to be on the road week after week. August 7th, Hot Shot Secret's Whole Shot Diesel Series, Diesels on the Mountain at Bandamere Speedway in Morrison, Colorado. Yes, he starts, heads out west. He'll be there on site with a Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. The following weekend, August 14th, it's the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series, Texas Truck Jam at Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. Kyle will be there. All right, so busy schedule. By the way, Double R had come into town for the July 4 weekend. Of course, you got to see him in here in the studio with us that Friday morning, headed into the holiday weekend. And I came across, and Kyle had brought down some demo products, which we have all laid out before us here. There's one that's missing because I gave it to Double R. He had his brand new trailer, brand new to him, his RV. And nice RV. He had 3 different slide outs on it. And I came across, I said, hey, there's a product that Hot Shot Secret makes. It's the RV slide out lubricant. The no drip, anti-corrosion, kind of designed specifically for your slide outs. And that's our 5-star review this week. A listener by the name of Rick says, absolutely the best slide lubricant we've ever tried. We maintain our slides every 6 months, but the lubricants were messy or didn't last and just didn't penetrate rollers and bearing shafts. Not this slide lubricant. Goes where you spray it. It's not messy. Penetrates better than anything we've tried. And it really lasts. And our slides have never been so quiet and functioning smoothly. Thanks for a great product. I told Double R, I said, hey, you've got this here. Yeah, while you're right here, why don't you just take it with you? Kyle can bring me down another, RV slide out lubricant next time he stops by. So, yeah, check that product out. This is the time of year everybody's out there camping. We got to go. They spent. We did our fireworks, had our big Saturday night party here. Then Sunday night, since I was off, of course, that Monday morning, a week ago this morning. We got to go over to the RV park, which was packed out. Everybody camping out. Hot Shot Secret actually has a full line of products just for RVs. Tackling the specific issues and the problems found with RVs. They've got fuel additives, slide lubricant, as I just mentioned, oil treatments. You can find out more about all those products at hotshotsecret.com/RV. For all of our campers out there, this is the busy time of year. How's that vacation going?
It's going, Steve. It's really not a Monday for me. I don't know what day it is. Hey, man, if anybody deserves a free sample, the old Hot Shot Secret stuff, it's Double R. God love him, man. Anybody that earned a Purple Heart, protecting and serving our country.
Yep.
The great Americans. So God love him, man, if he's out there listening. Man, them tractor pulls were cool, Steve.
Did you get to check some of the action out?
A little bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Impressive, the power behind them things, man. You know, I got a kick out of it.
It was fun, yeah. I tuned into some of the action. You've never been to a live event? You never been to a tractor pull?
No, I have never been to a live tractor pull event. You know, and all the ones that used to come down to the Coliseum, remember that a few years back?
Yes, yeah, my uncle used to take me down there. Those were cool.
Yeah, never been to one. Well, one comes close by, I might have to check it out. Steve, man, listen, the reason I'm calling, you know, the EOD community that I'm in, I got a lot of contacts around the country, right? So I thought just for kicks, I'd maybe make a few phone calls to try to find out, maybe get some more information on the LAPD's little mishap out there with their TCV. But, man, Steve, the conversation took an about face. Steve, I think the problem at the border could be worse than what we really think. Listen, I'm getting word from law enforcement around the country, Steve, that the amount of young Hispanic females, right, that are walking the streets as in earning money, walking the streets,
right,
is out of control, Steve. I don't know if I can explain it as well as a couple of these guys did, but it's off the charts. I mean, we're talking, 14, 15, 16-year-olds. There's a lot that are actually, the ones that are 18 and 19 and older. Some of these girls, Steve, they're picking them up, and obviously prostitution is just kind of a minor offense in a lot of these states, and it's hard for them to get the trafficking charge on them. You know what I'm saying? On the girls,
right?
And so they get booked and released, Steve, and nobody's claiming these 18 and 19-year-olds. It's like, where are their parents? So when you hear these stories about these, the sex trafficking that the cartel's involved in, snatching these girls up and bringing them across the border without their parents, Steve, I'm telling you, it's true. I mean, we all kind of knew it, but the reports are true. I'm hearing it firsthand from law enforcement officers.
I mean, I've been hearing that some of the cartels have actually kind of moved from the focus on the drug trade more to the human trafficking because, believe it or not, they're making more money on that right now because they're charging thousands of dollars for each of these individuals, and there's hundreds and thousands of these people trying to come in. Yeah, let me pause right there. We'll come back and finish up that conversation following a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. That is the number, 844-844-3388. Have you heard the same, that the human trafficking is where the money is for the cartels right now?
Yes, sir. And Steve, the reason behind this is if they take, just say, one 16-year-old girl, right, and they can abuse this girl over and over and over. Guy out in LA was telling me that, they got these houses out there, and, the cartel will rent these houses out, stay in them for a couple months, and then move, to another location, before the popo can, once, start getting onto them, they just keep hopping, house hopping. And these girls are being abused every day. And that's the thing. If they got one girl, the amount of money that they can make off of one girl is crazy. And what it's doing to these young women, the psychological and mental abuse, once some of these girls that they get into custody, Steve, and they take them to a juvenile detention center, right? And so once you do that, and they have no parents, so to speak, to come pick them up, and obviously the cartel is not going to go knocking on their door saying, "Yeah, she's mine. I want her back," right?
Mm-hmm.
It's bogging down the Job and Family Services, the Child Protective Custody. It's bogging them down. And a lot of times these girls can just walk away from these facilities and end up right back in the arms of the cartel, Steve. And it's like a revolving door, so to speak.
Wow.
I mean, that might sound crazy, but I can tell you right here in Hamilton County, if we say we arrest a runaway, right? And their parents, usually if we find a runaway on the street, Steve, we just take them home. But a lot of times, sometimes the parents get fed up and they're like, you know what? No, just keep her in 2020 for a night. That'll teach her, right? Well, 2020 will send them, they won't keep them in the detention facility. They will send them over to the lighthouse. And once they're at the lighthouse, it's not a lockdown facility, Steve. They can walk out the front door. It's crazy. And a lot of that's going on too around this country, where these girls, the police are trying, and they're putting them in these facilities, and a lot of them are just walking away and going right back to the cartel and doing it over and over. When I was hearing this, I was just like, wow, And you think, I know just here in Hamilton County, Steve, when you get these kids that are just mentally messed up, for whatever reason, God, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the right words to use here. I don't want to say a burden on society. I don't want to use that strong terminology here. But, these are the young kids that end up violent teenagers, violent young adults, and violent adults. It's a sad situation, but when you got somebody that's been that mentally and physically abused,
right?
You know what I mean? It's a hard thing to overcome.
So these are the ones that ultimately, these end up being the ones that need to have some sort of a mental facility to try to get them back on track.
Yeah. And it's like anything else, they turn to the gangs, thinking that these are the people that love them. I don't know, Steve, but what I'm hearing, it's off the charts. These stories we're hearing that these, they're busing, these people around the country, down in Texas, putting them on buses and busing them all out through the cities around this country is true. So I don't know, man. I thought I'd just throw that out there. Not to put a damper on.
Yeah, I mean, but essentially,
Monday,
so they're kind of transporting the problems from down on the border, essentially into the heart of the entire country.
Yes, sir. Because I talked to several different people from different cities, and once I heard it from the one, I asked the other ones, and they all said the same thing, Steve.
Wow.
I've seen a few incidents here in Hamilton County where we've ran across it. Not so much maybe the last year. But then again, I'm not in Vice. I'm not in Reno. I'm a supervisor out here on the streets on a local thing, but it's here, man. It's here. And it's going to be a big problem for this country if they don't put a stop to this.
Yeah. Well,
all right, my man. With that said, have a good week.
All right. Hopefully, we'll get a few days where it's not rain. If It was a sucky weekend for the pool, I can tell you that.
Well, you know what? I was actually managed to get the grass cut today, Steve. it's today wasn't all that bad, really. It didn't start raining until about 9-10 o'clock, I guess.
Right.
Started coming down, so today wasn't too bad, but it ain't looking good for the rest of the week.
Soggy. Well, at least you got the grass cut today, so. All right. Well, Pappy, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Anybody catch the video of the, I guess it was like a county fair, the ride. The damn near went over with a bunch of people on it. I guess if it weren't for a whole bunch of people that were in attendance there, they all ran up and got up onto the railing to hold the damn thing down. It was scary video. And once they got the doggone thing stopped and the people got off the ride, they were, very distraught. Many of them in tears, hugging loved ones and whatnot. That was scary. Got to wonder about some of these amusement park rides. So this particular story kind of caught my attention after seeing that video. I posted that in numerous different camera views because everybody was pulling their cell phones out thinking this ride's going to go over. And it came, it was really close to going over. Headlines across the country have been abundant with news of shocking theme park accidents in the last several weeks, some of them even fatal. Last month, a Tennessee boy got caught under a Missouri coaster, was seriously injured. Early June, a woman died from internal bleeding after sustaining an injury while riding a roller coaster in Indiana. That was ruled an accident. They say the likelihood of dying on a roller coaster is pretty low. Odds at roughly 1 in 750 million, according to the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions. But when injuries do happen, they can be life-changing, tragic, and accidents while you're suspended in the air are no doubt very frightening. But they've got a list of some of the most recent park accidents. Some did not result in an injury. Some did. The one in particular was a fatal in Brunswick, Ohio. We'll pause right there for our bottom of the hour news break and come back with more. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A Florida-based doctor has been arrested in the assassination of Haiti's president. Haitian-born doctor Christian Sanon was arrested Sunday, accused of being a key figure behind last week's assassination of President Jovenel Moise. The head of Haiti's National Police Force said Sanon recruited the group that stormed the president's home and shot he and his wife. He added that Sanon planned to take power following the killing. He is the third person with ties to the U.S. to be arrested in the investigation into the murder. 18 Colombian men and 3 other Haitians have also been arrested. And President Biden will meet with German Chancellor Angela Merkel this week at the White House. The two are expected to focus talks on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a recent surge in cyber attacks. It could be Merkel's final visit to Washington as Germany's leader. She said she plans to step down following elections in September after more than 16 years in power. This is USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055. 1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back at it. I'll be honest, when I go to the amusement park these days, I'm kind of like the old grandpa that just kind of watches the kids. Don't ride a whole lot of rides. Cannot handle the roller coasters like I used to. They just beat the crap out of me. Yeah, there was actually a 47-year-old Dawn Jankovic from Brunswick, Ohio. Yeah, died from internal bleeding after an injury riding the Voyage roller coaster. Holiday World and Splash and Safari in Santa Claus, Indiana last month. I guess the force of the ride caused her right internal thoracic artery to tear, resulting in rapid blood loss. Officials say the coaster was actually functioning properly. Her death had nothing to do with the ride itself. June 13, 2 people taken to the hospital sustaining injuries on the sawmill log flume at Six Flags Grand Adventure in New Jersey. Now, we're all familiar with the log flumes. This thing's been in service at that park since they opened in 1974. Branson, Missouri. An 11-year-old from Tennessee fell while getting off the Branson coaster in the tourist town when he was then stuck underneath the rails of the ride for roughly 90 minutes. Serious injuries to his legs and right arm. They said at the time doctors weren't sure if they would actually be able to even save his legs. Adventureland in Iowa. A child died and 3 others seriously injured when a boat on the Raging River ride overturned this month. The 11-year-old died 2 days after the accident. Another child was in critical condition. 2 adults were hospitalized. The Raging Rivers ride's been operating since 1983. This is not the first time someone lost their life in this ride. Apparently, an employee was actually killed by the ride in 2016, according to the AP. A couple more on the list. On May the 15th, 22 people rescued from the Desert Storm roller coaster at Castles and Coasters amusement park in Phoenix. They spent roughly 2 hours suspended 20 feet above the ground in a sideways position. Nobody really physically injured in that incident. The last on the list, at the end of May, 20 people rescued from the Poltergeist roller coaster at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, there in San Antone. That's a coaster that takes passengers from 0 to 60 in less than 4 seconds. It's stalled mid-ride. Riders stuck on the coaster for more than 3 hours. Several firefighting crews and rescue teams were able to safely remove them from the ride. Again, nobody ultimately physically injured in that particular incident. But that scenario that I was talking about, I can't remember if that was a ride, an amusement park ride in Michigan, or I have to double check on that. But very frightening, these little local amusement park rides. Hey, what's going on with the heat wave? Where we find you tonight?
We're heading home. They promised we were going to get work getting back to Appleturkey, heading back west, but you can promise one in one hand and crap in another, and which one's going to get fuller first, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, $700 million. And this company can't keep their drivers going. I mean, they're replacing their trailers, thank goodness. They've replaced their day cabs that needed to be replaced, but they don't have stereos in it. I don't know if it's because other drivers are stealing them, abusing them, or what, but I guess they're figuring they're saving $400 per unit. Then you get these can't really say what I want to call them because I know Colton's listening, but you get the idea about what we drive in. And then 29% of the loads that we have go to outside contractors, be it rail or what we call silver wheels. It's almost like we're just getting 71% of the jobs that are available out here, and everyone else is carrying off, and here we are sitting. Thank you very little, union folks. That's a real good piece of work you did for us. Okay, now I'm done with that. Just talking with Pappy. Listen, you talked to Pappy about the situation with the girls. I wouldn't doubt that you've seen that last Rambo movie, didn't you?
Yeah, that's
Rambo going to Mexico.
Yep.
I mean, he goes in there, he grabs a hammer, and he beats the living hell out of all the people that are in there and tells these girls to go, and they just freeze. They're scared. They're more scared of their pimps than they are of being out on their own free, because they're either hooked on drugs or they're mentally just screwed in the cabeza because that's all they've ever known since they've been into these houses of ill repute and whatnot. It's sad. And the ACLU has done a lot of disservice for folks like these girls, for homeless people, for those that are a little on the mentally disturbed side, because they did away with, the mental hospitals or the halfway houses, because they said it wasn't up to society to take care of these people. Well, now you got them running all over the damn place. Who's at fault now? Who's supposed to take care of them? I go to these truck stops out here. The Loves in Salt Lake City is the perfect example. Man, you have people out there you don't know anything about. And that's just the truck drivers. And then you got the other people out there that are just, if they didn't leave a trail behind them, you'd swear they were a snail, because it's just a real dirty, filthy, unsafe place to be. So, thank you, ACLU, for put your own folks here in the country. And I guess old Biden's trying to figure out why the unemployment level's going up when all these people are going back to work. Well, let's think about it. A lot of these jobs were already there, and a lot of the people that were on the unemployment dole are going back to the jobs because they know they're going to lose out on their freebies starting September 1st. All right, that makes sense. But he didn't create those jobs. Those jobs were already there. So, if he wants to create jobs, he needs to go ahead and open up, the drilling. He needs to open up the pipelines, let them go through with it, because, that's where the jobs were. And then you're getting all these other people coming in from south of the border, that he's just willfully putting in the country by hook or by crook. And what are they doing? Well, they're getting on the unemployment dole. They're signing up for benefits. They're anything and everything they can get their hands on for free. That's what they're doing. But we don't need this. We just need to stop with the borders, close it, build it up, put a big end to it. But it's too simple for them jackasses in the White House to understand, because all they're looking at is future potential voters. Here they are. They want to send everybody a representative from the government to ask if you have been inoculated, vaccinated against this damn virus. But here they are. They're letting all these people come in who are sick with it.
Mm-hmm.
But what are they doing with them? They're just distributing it amongst the country. Well, where in the hell are their damn shots? Where's the controls that you have upon us? Where is it upon them to where where they're at all times? Well, I tell you what, I wish I could end this on a happy note, Steve, but I don't think I can.
Supposedly, when they come in, they test them. They tell us they test them, and if they test positive, they put them in a facility separate from those who haven't tested positive, and they tell us that they're quarantined for 14 days. But as far as
that's what they tell us, yeah. How are we really supposed to know?
And as far as being vaccinated, I've shared reports where they are allowing, those that are positive with the COVID to go out and head out into the country.
Yeah. So, it's bad enough we can't trust our own local politicians to tell us the truth, and we've known that the feds, they're not going to tell you the truth. And even if they did, you wouldn't believe them because they've been lying for so long. You just don't know what to believe out there. So Trump and Ronald Reagan, those two guys went up there with the pure intent to be the public servant for the people, and they did good jobs. And Reagan obviously got 2 terms. Trump, if the dead wouldn't have been voting and the pets wouldn't have been voting, because he didn't sugarcoat nothing. He told you the way it was, whether you liked it or not. He put it in blue collar terms. And for a white collar guy to do that, that's pretty damn special. Because you don't see him riding around in his limousine asking the next guy next to him, pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon?
Right.
Trump's he's a normal guy. He just happened to be blessed, to begin with. But he had to earn every dime he got. So, they all want to figure out where his money came from. Well, he earned it. He earned all his money. I'd like to know how you public servants at $175,000 a year become multimillionaires within a couple of years' time and own 4 or 5 houses. Gripe about the government, but then yet you reap the benefits of being in government. So tell me how you amassed all this wealth. That's where the investigations need to be. And with that, Senor, I'm out of here. Y'all
all right. Thank you very much. Have a good morning. Appreciate you checking in there. Heat wave. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I suppose this guy's got to get a Dumbass of the Year nomination. A 74-year-old man, as I typically had the news on Saturday morning, I was seeing the headlines about Fort Lauderdale International Airport being evacuated, the terminals. Yeah, at the time, they weren't sure exactly what the threat was, what was going on. But we're talking an airport that had a deadly incident several years ago. So undoubtedly, people were on edge. But this guy, apparently he's in a heated verbal dispute at the ticket counter. I don't know what had him so PO'd at Terminal 2, about 8:30 Saturday morning. As he tried to walk away from the ticket counter without his carry-on luggage, an employee advised him you need to take your luggage with you. To which he said, well, there's a bomb in the bag. You know what happens? Bomb in the bag at an airport? They said he then left the bag and headed to Terminal 3. Deputies, along with the bomb squad and the threat management unit detectives, responding to the airport, they evacuated Terminals 2, 3, and 4. News cameras rolling as deputies blocked off the road leading to the airport's entrance. Meanwhile, the 74-year-old guy, Mr. Rosen, was taken into custody. Ultimately, they determined the threat was unfounded. He didn't have a bomb in the bag. But the chaos that ensued, all these people headed to the airport were stuck in traffic for hours because it had been blocked off. Everything was at a standstill just before 12:45 in the afternoon. So you're going from 8:30, so more than 4 hours. Officials confirmed the terminals were secured, and deputies reopened the entry to the airport. Can you imagine how many people would come and go in that 4-hour period? That's the mess. And then, of course, they were telling everyone traveling on Saturday, check with your airline, because when you have something like that occurs at one airport, that makes all those planes that were going to be taking off late to their next destination. The ripple effects occur all up and down, especially the eastern seaboard. It was nuts. Anyway, he's now being held at the Broward County Main Jail, facing a charge of false reporting concerning planning a bomb, explosive, or weapon of mass destruction. But what sort of fine? What is this going to cost this guy? Because he got PO'd at the ticket counter about something, probably something minor. Much ado about nothing. But undoubtedly, he'll never be able to fly again. Won't be allowed in any airports in the country. Lifetime ban. Of course, he is 74 years old at this point. But all right, quick time out. We'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room on a Monday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Going back to the guy in Fort Lauderdale, somebody said, Steve, making a bomb threat at an airport is obviously a federal offense that carries mandatory prison time. Now, based on his age and maybe his mental status, the feds might not pick up a charge and just charge him with a state charge, which wouldn't carry mandatory jail time. That's a big question mark, though. Just a thought. But if they do indeed charge him and he gets convicted in federal court, he's screwed. That's what I was thinking. Because really, he caused chaos and pandemonium for hours at the airport there in Fort Lauderdale over the weekend. Then I got an email from Scooter. What's Scooter have to say? Let me flip back over here. Let's see, Steve. Got my 85-inch TV cranked up on the overnight drive since I'm off tonight. That is the big screen, huh? I know I'm not alone when I say I'm sick to death of these a-holes preaching at us to do this and do that to save the planet, while they do whatever the hell they desire. It's the whole do as I say, not as I do sort of scenario. Hey, send me the link to the story. Yeah, the headline, Billionaires Descend on Sun Valley in Private Jets to talk about climate change. Right? A cabal of some of the most high-profile people in media, finance, technology descending on Idaho's resort town of Sun Valley in private jets to tackle Among other things, climate change. Go figure. Tuesday, the conference kicked off. Traffic from private jets got so busy that the Federal Aviation Administration temporarily banned planes on the West Coast from taking off. The Federal Aviation Administration tells Fox News they briefly held planes on the ground at their departure airports to avoid congestion in the airspace around Sun Valley. Manager of the Friedman Memorial Airport in the neighboring town of Haley, Idaho, says that the conference he experienced more than 90 private jets. There's no carbon footprint there, is there? Yeah, a session preaching the perils of climate change to people who flew to the event on their own carbon-emitting Gulfstream jets actually even rankled some business leaders. Yeah, talking climate change on his private jet, one CEO remarked with a laugh, referring to Bill Gates, talk about climate hypocrisy. The private conference hosted by private investment bank Allen & Company has been held every July since 1983. With the exception of last year, it was canceled due to the pandemic. It's pretty much like a summer camp for some of the world's billionaires. Attendings this year included Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, Microsoft founder Bill Gates. Yeah, the event concluded on Saturday with a closing speech by billionaire Warren Buffett. But you got your photographs from the airport, all these private jets packed and stacked, 90 planes. Yeah, there you go. Do as I say, not as I do. Who's next up here? Knucklebuster, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You know, they don't really believe that junk, but they making money off of it. That's why they preach it at you. So, but they don't believe it, or they would have actually done something about it there. I don't trust a rich person anyway. Somebody tells me, he was looking out for the folks. I didn't trust him. And there's some others out there too. So I don't know. It's a mess there. You mean to tell me that there's some illegal activities going on in this country, Steve? Beretta said, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Well, I don't see nobody ever going to jail anymore, so I don't know. Maybe we ain't following Beretta's advice. And you know the world is flat. People leave town and they never come back. See, the Bible says it's a sphere, but my question would be, could it be flat and round at the same time, see? I don't know. Well, ain't nobody ever fell off the edge of it that I know of.
That's last I checked, yeah, right.
You mean to tell me it's illegal to pay a woman $2 to get naked and do the Jimmy Swaggart thing with her? That's crazy. There are some women I wouldn't give $2 to get naked. Steve, I'd probably give them $100 just to keep all their clothes on. Right?
I hear you.
I ain't gonna call no that. I'm not gonna call no names there. So them politicians, man, they are so delusional, Steve. They actually believe their own lies, and that's a sad thing. I read where old Alec Baldwin, he was down there buying some booze. Said he was going downhill since his wife Hilaria, I guess that's how you pronounce her name. Everybody found out she really wasn't Hispanic there. But I got news for Alec Baldwin. Booze and irrational anger don't mix very well. So that's all my baloney for this go around. And AT&T kicked me off, so I had to call back in a second time. So I'm doing a little catching up on horse feathers tonight. So we'll talk to you later on with some more baloney, brother.
All right, well, Knucklebuster, you are up to 201. 201.
All right.
All right.
Sam?
There you go. Thanks for checking in. All right, so we've got wide open lines. Clear lines, jump on in. It's long ways to go. Quiet's on Mondays. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A Florida-based doctor has been arrested in the assassination of Haiti's president. Haitian-born doctor Christian Senon was arrested Sunday, accused of being a key figure behind last week's assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. The head of Haiti's National Police Force said Senon recruited the group that stormed the president's home and shot he and his wife. He added that Senon planned to take power following the killing. He is the third person with ties to the U.S. to be arrested in the investigation into the murder. 18 Colombian men and 3 other Haitians have also been arrested. And President Biden will meet with German Chancellor Angela Merkel this week at the White House. The two are expected to focus talks on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a recent surge in cyber attacks. It could be Merkel's final visit to Washington as Germany's leader. She said she plans to step down following elections in September after more than 16 years in power. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The price of gasoline has moved up again this week. John Clemens reports.
Gasoline analyst Trilby Lundberg tells us there's been an increase of a nickel a gallon for a national average of $3.21.
Most of this nickel comes from a recovery of gasoline margins by refiners and retailers. Oil prices had gone up last time, and we didn't get the brunt of that until now.
That national average of $3.21 is 97 cents higher from a year ago prices.
And the Pope has made his first public appearance since undergoing surgery last week. Brad Bernards has the story.
Buongiorno.
Pope Francis on Sunday made his first public appearance since major intestinal surgery last week, greeting well-wishers as he stood for 10 minutes on a hospital balcony, offering hearty thanks for the prayers for his recovery and calling health care for all a precious good.
And this is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Late last week, Pfizer and BioNTech announced they have begun working on a COVID booster shot that would protect against all known variants of the virus, with company officials set to meet with top government health officials on Monday to discuss its request for authorization for that third shot. Dr. Anthony Fauci said Sunday that a third shot probably isn't needed at this time to combat the Delta variant, but others say it's not a bad idea for Pfizer to be investigating it. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb says it's prudent for the company to be looking into boosters. He tells CBS's Face the Nation that if a booster is approved, it would probably be targeted at a specific segment of the population.
With respect to the boosters, what we're talking about is a third dose of the existing vaccine. And we also need to remember that anyone who gets vaccinated right now will not need a booster. If you go out and get vaccinated right now, that vaccine is going to carry you through the fall and the winter. What we're really talking about is people who were vaccinated a while ago, where there may be some declining efficacy. And because Delta is such a difficult variant, because you get such high viral titers from the Delta variant, what could be happening is that as people's antibodies start to decline because they're further out from their vaccine, the Delta variant's able to overwhelm their residual antibodies, the antibodies that they have left, and it takes a little bit of time for their memory B cells, the other components of their immune system, to kick in and start producing more antibodies, and that's why they're more prone to infection. The vaccines still seem very protective against severe disease. What we're seeing in Israel is people becoming mildly and asymptomatically infected.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, we're back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you enjoyed your weekend, right? Look at our travelers' weather as we get things underway for another hour. Following days of unseasonably hot conditions and dry weather, looks like a more widespread portion of the parched Southwest can look forward to an uptick in thunderstorm activity this week. Obviously, while an increase in precip will be welcome in any portion of the drought-ridden Southwest, other hazards may leave a sour taste in residents' mouths. Monsoon activity gets a bit of a boost from a stalled-out frontal feature across the southern plains this week. That's going to pull additional moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of California, focusing that moisture across New Mexico and Arizona. While thunderstorms have been able to develop for a few locations since last week, this increase in moisture will feed the development of more widespread thunderstorms this week. Most of that moisture is going to be across the 4 corner states, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah as we get the week started. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms will probably expand northward across the Rockies by Tuesday and Wednesday. Rainfall of any kind is essential for the dangerously dry Southwest. 65% of the state of Utah is in the midst of exceptional drought, which that's as high on the chart it goes. The situation pretty similar in Arizona, where nearly 58% of the state is undergoing exceptional drought. Just 1% of the state is not considered to be under any kind of drought status. I wonder where that is. So when the ground is that dry, thunderstorms will bring welcome rain, but it also presents a host of negative impacts. The Phoenix and Tucson metro areas have both experienced what the North American monsoon has to offer in recent days. Severe thunderstorms eventually went on to produce massive dust storms, or haboobs, in both of those cities. These thunderstorms and subsequent dust storms can feature all kinds of hazardous conditions as they roll through: rapid reduction in visibility and air quality, dangerous lightning strikes, and even the risk for flash flooding. Visibility, they say, was at near zero at times in portions of the Phoenix area as the dust storm impacted that area Saturday. National Weather Service in Las Vegas tweeted a series of images on Saturday demonstrating just how quickly the blowing dust can become hazardous to travel. All right, when the rainfall reaches intense levels with thunderstorms, it's unable to soak into the ground quickly enough. And, of course, then you have flash flooding that can quickly turn a busy intersection into a dangerous flowing body of water. Travelers in metropolitan areas across the Four Corner states need to keep an eye to the sky for any rapidly developing storms in the coming days. Never attempt to forge a flooded roadway because one bad decision can turn deadly. Now, in the mountainous areas where rounds of heavier rain can fall, an additional threat may also develop, as in mudslides, when the soil along the slopes becomes oversaturated, turning unstable. Debris flows from a mudslide can literally damage anything in its path, including homes or roadways. Just sweep them away. Looks like daily rounds of monsoon thunderstorms are going to continue to develop across the Southwest through much of this week and maybe even into next weekend. So, of course, in an area where they really need the rain, that it would be good news for some of the reservoirs and whatnot to maybe pick up some additional water, because they are really running low. And in many cases, they're running way too low, way too early in the season. They're at levels that typically wouldn't occur till oftentimes August or September. All right, before we get back to our calls, which we have wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines, after years of persistence from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the issue of driver retention finally took center stage in front of leaders from the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor last week. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, and the FMCSA Acting Administrator Mira Joshi hosted a roundtable discussion with trucking industry stakeholders, including OOIDA President Todd Spencer, discussing driver recruitment and driver retention. Although the ATA, as we know, has long framed the issue as a driver shortage problem, much of the roundtable discussion focused on the large turnover rates at large fleets. For decades, OOIDA's argued the issue hasn't been an inability to hire truckers, but it's the inability to keep them around because of low pay and poor working conditions. As part of the discussion, the FMCSA noted that turnover rates for large long-haul carriers at more than 90% and about 72% for small carriers. FMC Acting Administrator Joshi said driver retention is really fundamental to our supply chain resiliency, from job stability to overall roadway safety. I'm grateful to the millions of men and women who transport over 70% of our nation's freight across the country every day. This is really about their workplace and their work conditions. Pete Buttigieg says it doesn't matter how many people the industry recruits to be truck drivers if the industry is set up in a way that a majority of them want to leave. It strikes me that another way to think about it is something of a leaky bucket. No matter how many people we pour into the industry for a moment, it's not going to do us much good unless the jobs are reliable enough, secure enough, and stable enough for people to want to stay within the industry and hopefully stay with an individual employer long enough. So we can see some of the safety gains that we know correlate not only with time behind the wheel, but time with a given organization. There were representatives, again, of course, from OOIDA, the ATA, the Teamsters in attendance, several of the safety groups, some academic experts in attendance at the roundtable. A lot of the discussion focused on the idea that better pay and working conditions would keep more drivers around, which would ultimately increase highway safety. Todd Spencer explained, trucking's a tough life. Yeah, he started his career as a trucker and still holds a CDL. It demands the best and requires the best. As we learned during the pandemic, trucking is an essential industry, but it's every single day. It's always essential. The issue now with retention. Every employer in the country has that problem right now. The secret, he said, is pay, benefits, and working conditions. Right now, truck pay and working conditions aren't great. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average salary for truck drivers was $47,130 last year. Now, while that's well above the median personal income of $35,977, it seems like a whole lot less when you consider the amount of hours truckers work, and that they often do so without being able to return home for weeks at a time. Let me point out, for a truck driver, this is not a 40-hour week. It's generally 60, 70, maybe even 80 hours, and sometimes more actual work. And then there's more time that goes along with it. It is a very, very demanding job, and realistically, the economic rewards haven't kept up for the last 40 years since the industry was deregulated. And, it seems like having them catch up is a very, very elusive goal. Your pay is determined by what you can be replaced for, and right now, that's not all that much money. There was a professor of sociology at the University of Pennsylvania, author of The Big Rig, Trucking and the Decline of the American Dream. He said, the solution is clear. We need to improve the quality of existing trucking jobs. We have to ensure that all drivers' time is counted and compensated, and that drivers are properly classified. In the end, what we need to do is promote the retention of experienced, safe drivers. The largest problem involves entry-level trucking jobs, where the pay is the lowest and the conditions are the worst. Our current driver pipeline is organized backwards. It throws workers into the deep end with almost no support. They start out in schools with little investment in their long-term success, and then most of them can only get the toughest jobs, working over the road for weeks or months at a time without the system's promise free training. But then you lock workers into a year of working 80 or more hours per week, oftentimes for minimum wage or even less. It's all set up backwards. Well, with some of those, the likes of Buttigieg and the FMCSA, acting administrator in attendance, maybe they'll finally start moving towards improved pay and worker conditions, especially for those entry-level jobs. Found that rather interesting. That's under the industry headlines. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. A quick timeout as we roll into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So I think we've all very clearly noticed in recent months, even prior to the election, Joe Biden was struggling. Why do you think they kept him in the basement for the whole damn year leading up to the election? Yeah, the COVID was a good cover. Don't want to come down with the COVID. Got to keep him in his secret bunker, right? And it had a whole lot more to do with his inability to respond to questions. I mean, even to date, how many actual press conferences has the guy had? And with each passing day, losing his train of thought mid-sentence, just completely. Yeah, does he even know where he is on any given day? Struggling even to keep up with the teleprompter is how difficult it's got. At what point will they invoke the 25th Amendment? According to Dick Morris, there's a bit of a buzz on Capitol Hill that President Biden's aides are actually leaking stories criticizing the Vice President, Kamala Harris, because they're concerned she will invoke the 25th Amendment in an attempt to remove the president from office. Speaking on WABC Radio this past day, Morris explained his rationale behind his thinking by referring to a recent article in the New York Times that talks about how Harris is not ready for prime time. She was antagonizing her staff. She screwed up on the whole trip to the border, as well as other negative items about her. Morris said he can deduce from his experience in Washington that the leak for the story must have undoubtedly come from the Biden forces. This makes sense because the rumor I keep hearing from sources close to the White House is Biden is getting worse, that the dementia is really becoming noticeable and harder to control and harder to camouflage. I believe there may be a move coming to invoke the 25th Amendment against Biden and replace him with Harris. In order to defend against this possibility, which Morris indicated might increase, Biden's people are pushing back against it by shooting at Harris and saying that she's not ready to be president, which I don't think any of us believe she really is. He emphasized that a careful reading of the New York Times story clearly points to the sources leaking the information had to have come from Biden's aides, stressing that the only reason for them to do that is to push back against the 25th Amendment coup. Democrats are realizing they're cooked in 22. They're going to lose the House. The Senate, they might also lose that. I think there's actually a sense of panic among Democrats about their electoral prospects. So I think, didn't we all kind of allude to that? Yeah, prior to the election, we were kind of taking wagers. How long can Joe make it? Will he last a year? Yeah, I predicted less than a year. And we've got a long ways to go to get to the 1 year mark. I don't think there's a chance he could possibly make it. And then Dan Bongino was talking the fact that we're showing more and more videos of Joe getting stuck and confused. And he's talking about the fact that this is the guy that has the nuclear codes. And we all know that the rest of the world is noticing this. I've shared and seen numerous clips from the UK, the media there. Yeah, talking pretty much the same way. They're saying that a move, the 25th Amendment, is going to have to be invoked in fairly short order. This cannot continue with President Biden. Yeah, we saw the handwriting on the wall. All right, we are rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour here. And I mentioned on the social media feed, very quiet on the phones this morning. Sometimes that happens on Mondays. I know there's plenty of listeners out there. Just help a brother out. It's 844-844-3388. I don't want to have to talk for 2.5 hours straight. When we come back, though, I talk about Big Brother. The announcement that the U.S. Capitol Police will begin fielding military surveillance equipment as part of a sweeping security upgrades as the Capitol Police pivot towards becoming an intelligence-based protective agency following the January 6th attack. Our Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin approved the Capitol Police requests for 8 what they call Persistent Surveillance Systems Ground Medium Units. They call them PSSGs for short. These provide high-definition surveillance video. It's also enabled with night vision. They tell us it does not include facial recognition capabilities, according to the Pentagon. But what are they going to be doing with this? It's Big Brother. Yeah, they're taking down the fencing, what's left of the fencing around the Capitol 6 months after the fact. But changing technology is being brought into D.C. With that, we'll get our news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hundreds of businesses are continuing to recover from a ransomware attack last week, the latest in a series of cyber attacks this year that have appeared to come from criminals operating in Russia and Eastern Europe. President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin late last week, urging him to take action against criminal activity in his country. Representative Debbie Dingell says that the U.S. has to respond, calling the hacks an attack on our national security. The Michigan Democrat tells Fox News that the recent wave of attacks should be considered an act of war.
The president has a number of tools in his toolbox, but I quite frankly consider this an act of war, an act of aggression, and the United States cannot sit by and let this continue to happen. So, the president answered yes to one question, but I think and I believe he did this week, make it very clear to President Putin this is unacceptable, it cannot continue, and we are going to have to respond.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
My doctor prescribed me Viagra. It wasn't covered by my insurance, so it was costing me like $65 a pill. That's expensive.
Over 20 million guys like us use Viagra. Over a certain age, we just need it. I found a way to pay less than $3 a pill and get virtually the same effect of the $65 pill. I heard an ad just like this on the radio, called, and for $99, I got 40 generic versions of the $65 pill. Save yourself money and call right now and get over 40 pills for $99. There's no embarrassment here to use Viagra. If we're over 50, we need it, but not at high prices. Call now with your credit card and get the 40 pill special for just $99.
800-993-1358. 800-993-1358. That's 800-993-1358.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So the question being asked, are we going to start spying on the American people in some sense? Back to where we left off before the news break there. This technology will be integrated with existing Capitol Police camera infrastructure. It will provide greater high-definition surveillance capacity to meet steady state mission requirements to help identify emerging threats, according to the Pentagon. Now, this is technology originally used by U.S. troops during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. It allows the user to monitor large areas 24/7, extremely high-resolution cameras. The deployment of battlefield technology heightens fears among some privacy rights advocates that the Capitol Police are getting into the business of spying on Americans. Now, in a wartime application, the persistent surveillance units were mounted on tethered blimps. The data could be stored, combined with sensor data from other platforms, and later referenced or rewound to track individual groups. It could be used by the military to develop what they call a pattern of life analysis on suspected enemy combatants or intelligence targets in a war zone. It could determine, for example, who was responsible for placing an improvised explosive device. The Department of Homeland Security has leased the same or similar technology through the Department of Defense, according to the Government Accountability Office report. It's not clear whether the exact technology to be used in the Capitol has been previously fielded domestically by any other agency. Just last month, the Federal Appeals Court ruled against a Baltimore Police Department's use of this type of technology. Similar to the Pentagon's Gorgon Stare technology, that incorporates wide area motion imagery technology pods that are mounted on aircraft. The system allowed police to track hundreds of moving targets at once through a large geographical footprint. The court said the program is unconstitutional. It violates the Fourth Amendment. Unreasonable search and seizure. The technology used in the pilot program in Baltimore, known as Aerial Investigation Research, was owned by a private company, and the pilot program was privately funded. The technologies, though, allowed the police department to capture up to 12 hours of footage per day. Now, they said that the police department retained a significant amount of the imagery from the surveillance system and used that footage to track individuals across multiple days. Yeah, Big Brother coming to D.C. is the way it sounds. Good morning, Kentucky Ken. Serving and protecting for a few more days, huh?
Yeah, a few more days. But, you know, I won't leave this profession until I have something lined up and got to get through the school. But I had to comment on what you were talking about before, Big Brother doing all the watching, and that was on the retention on the truckers. So yes. I'm hoping I'm hoping I find a good home and can stay there for quite some time. That's my goal.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. But that's a little bit disheartening with all the. It seems there's just a great need for drivers right now, and I'm not worried about my safety or any of that type of stuff. But I just got to get through this school, and we'll go from there. But I'm excited about it. I really am. I enjoyed it while I did it.
Yeah,
So
most of the
I'm sure most
of the responses I got from people saying that, because I think Grump was saying when you go to fill out, tell them you drove truck for like 8 years or whatever. But I think most all of them are saying if you've been out of truck driving for the length of time you have, that they're going to treat you just like some 21-year-old getting in to truck drive for the very first time. And I mean, that's you're probably going to be dealing with the whole low pay scenario and all that the new drivers deal with.
Right. And I understand that. I'll pay my dues, but I'll show my worth wherever I go. And like I said, I'm going to look at who my uncle's been driving for 14 years. I've already spoke with them. Apparently there's only, and I'm really happy about this, in this school that I'm doing, there's only 7 students per, that's all they'll take.
Mm-hmm.
And they fill up every one of them. So they said it's pretty intense, and you'll be, they'll have recruiters coming in and all that stuff, and we'll just see. So I'm excited about it, and it's just time. I think 33 years of law enforcement's a long time, and I'm not getting younger. I mean, a lot of the trouble we deal with is kids, 20-year-old kids. So I'm just, it's time. I think it's time.
Mm-hmm.
So I've enjoyed this vocation and looking forward to doing what I did many years ago. So I'm hoping for the best. I'll just say that, Steve.
Yep. Well, I hope it goes well for you.
Well, I'll stay in. I'm gonna be on day shift for those 4 weeks, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I'll definitely stay in touch and listen to you on my off time anyway. So just keep your fingers crossed for me, and I'll take any and all suggestions. I go for my CDL physical Tuesday morning. I don't know what all that entails, but I'm in pretty good shape for an old guy.
Yeah, I think that's going to be your blood pressure, your blood sugar, all the typical stuff. You don't have any high blood pressure, do you?
Yeah. It's a little high, not overly high. I'm not taking medication for it.
Okay.
So I'm not off the chart, so I should be fine. Should be fine.
Well, so this is essentially your final week out there on the streets, huh?
No, maybe not, because I'm going to get through the school, and I won't leave this profession until I have something solid, something where I'm not going to leave not being employed. I'll get a job with whatever trucking agency I get, and then we'll go from there. I'm not going to leave this until I have something.
Right. Okay.
So I would say probably late August is a possibility, and that'll give me just over 33 years. So that we'll see.
Okay.
I'm optimistic something good will happen, so we'll see where it goes.
Very good. All right. Well, you'll. I mean, with that amount of years, you should have a decent pension lined up, shouldn't you?
Well, I took a pension at 20, and they used to have something in Kentucky called double dip. Well, I missed that. They changed that law in 2008. I missed that, Steve, by 1 day.
Wow.
So right now I'm just 1 day. And I couldn't, the way the law was written, I could not even get hired before I had to lay out 1 calendar month. And the department where I'm at now wanted to hire me immediately, And the state said, no, you got to stay out a month. Well, that law went into effect September 1st, 2008. And I was hired like September 2nd, 2008.
Wow.
So because I missed that, I would be getting a second year or a second pension with 13 years service, but that's way gone, way gone. So, but I do have a pension from the first one. Yes.
Okay. All right.
So, but that's the positive. So that's good. All right. Well, enjoy your show as always, and keep us informed, keep us awake, and I'm going to patrol the hoods.
All right. Thanks for doing what you do. Be safe out there, Kentucky Ken. All right. 844-844-3388. Is this Lucky Penny?
Yes, sir, it is.
How you been, Lucky Penny?
Thank you, Steve. Well, I'm doing a lot better. My arm still hurts, but my face healed up.
That's good.
No more falls. That's it. So we appreciate what you do, and I feel bad that nobody will pick up the phone and call you and keep you awake during the Monday nights run.
Yeah, Mondays are always slow.
Bored, I know. I always pity you on Mondays. But I said that's our good day because this is our day off.
Ah.
We get to go home for the day. But anyways, today it's been 2 years since we went to the cruise with you. We got our anniversary today, 52 years down the hatch.
How about that? Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Ranger Jack survived another year.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yes. I can't believe it's been 2 years since we met you on the cruise.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So your anniversary's in July, and you celebrated your 50th anniversary on the cruise in October that year.
Yep.
Yep.
Boy, time's flying by, ain't it, Steve?
So you think we're ever going to get to go on another cruise, Lucky Penny?
I don't know. I'm not getting that shot, I'll tell you that. So they won't let me on. I think they're going to come down with that mandate for the COVID shot, and I'm not taking it.
Yeah.
We decided long ago it's too dangerous. There's too many people in the medical places. They're sending out real bad vibes over it. I have 3 in my family that took it, and the next day, 2 of them had bad strokes, and the third one had a heart attack.
Wow, that's a run.
Yeah, that's from that COVID antibiotic shot. I told them not to take it. They don't listen to you.
Well,
there's too many. It's not checked out enough.
Yep.
They say, "Oh, it's good," but I don't believe them. I have my doubts.
You and a whole lot of others, Lucky Penny. I'm with you there. I mean, I was looking at the statement from Moderna. Do you know what shot did your family members take? Was it Moderna or the Pfizer or
Pfizer?
The Pfizer. Okay.
That's the Pfizer. Yeah.
That's the mRNA vaccine as well. Both of them. The Moderna. There was a doctor that said, let me pull that story back up here. Let's see. Several weeks ago, a feature video, independent reporter Stu Peters plays an audio recording made by a young woman who suddenly developed Guillain-Barré syndrome after her Moderna injection. Her neurologist believes it is a direct result of the shot. While the neurologist filed an adverse event report with the VAERS system, the woman decided to report it to Moderna as well. And that's the conversation that was recorded. The Moderna rep doesn't appear to be the least bit surprised by her injury. It appears to admit he's received similar reports. During that call, the Moderna representative reads her this disclaimer. It's pretty much a scripted thing, right? This is what they're going to tell you. Quote, the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine has been approved or licensed by the Food and Drug Administration, but it has been authorized for emergency use under an emergency use authorization to prevent coronavirus disease for individuals 18 years of age and older. There is no FDA-approved vaccine to prevent COVID-19. The emergency use authorization for the Moderna vaccine is in effect for the duration of the COVID-19 EUA declaration, justifying emergency use of the product unless that declaration is terminated or the authorization is revoked sooner. The representative also points out that all clinical trial phases are still ongoing, and the long-term protective efficacy is unknown. Well, when the patient asks whether everyone who gets the COVID shot, even if they didn't sign up to be a trial participant, is in fact part of the clinical trial, he replies with a chuckle, pretty much, yeah. So in a nutshell, while the vaccine makers and Fauci and the mainstream media and your social media platforms advertised that it has undergone rigorous testing and is approved and safe and effective, those claims are not true. I've told you on a number of occasions, the shots received emergency use authorization only. It's completely different from FDA approval and licensing. They don't know how effective the shot is. They don't know how long the effects last. They don't know if it's safe because the trials have not been completed. The fact of the matter is this public vaccination campaign is really a big part of those trials, whether you realize it or not. It's just the way it is. I even heard in the previous news break here just a few minutes ago, the fact that they're saying, yeah, we're not sure if we're going to need a booster. Yeah, because we don't really know how long the effects of the two-shot vaccine is going to last. We don't know. We think it would be in our best, Pfizer would be in their best interest to be looking at putting the booster together just to be safe. But again, that's all pretty much saying we don't know. And right there, a tad bit behind. So tell you what, we'll just take it right up to the top of the hour. Let me jump over to Philip, checking in from Florida this morning. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
A little slow this morning. It's a Monday, though. That's par for the course.
Yeah, me too. I was off yesterday. I took some time off this weekend. What did you think about Branson's little flight yesterday?
I guess it was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole debate was, are you really going to space? You're just getting up there where for 4 minutes? They're in the anti-gravity, no gravity, and then real quick, coming back.
Yeah, they were, that was the big question, and I did some research on it. The technical term difference between Earth atmosphere and low Earth orbit is 83 kilometers. That'd be 272,310 feet, or about 51.5 miles up. What they're looking at.
So I know they got real close to that, right? They hit 270,000 feet, didn't they, or was it?
Yeah, they were close to 300 by the time they flipped back over. So that airplane, that would probably be, if I was going to be a space tourist and just wanted to go for a thrill type thing, that would be what I would do. I wouldn't do the one Bezos doing. Bezos is a legit one, but the only thing with Bezos' situation is those guys could do a complete orbit around Earth, that would be amazing. That would be the tour. That would be the ultimate tourist thing. But just to go up, flip over an airplane, come back down, that that wouldn't be really worth $250,000. What do you think?
I'm right. Now, I mean, supposedly the Bezos thing coming up next week is going to be similar in the fact that they're going to reach that altitude and they'll be in the weightlessness for about 4 minutes, and then the descent begins.
Yeah, the ascent is one thing, getting up there. But see, the thing I don't get about it is just 4 minutes. You know, I mean, it's cool. You get to see the separation. You get to see the darkness of space. That's neat. But if you look at it, Steve, back in the day, you remember the SR-71 pilots, they saw that all the time, and they were at 80,000 feet. So I don't know. If you want to pay that kind of money just to go up and see the difference between space and there's your Earth,
yeah,
that's cool, I guess. But I don't think I'd want to venture the money. Now, not to say they didn't do anything amazing. I mean, if you look at that yesterday, that was 17 years in the making right there to get that aircraft up there to where it went. It took him 17 years to develop that. So, I mean, that's a pretty neat feat.
So, of course, the Bezos space plane is coming back kind of, I guess, in a similar trajectory like the old space shuttle missions would come through the atmosphere that way. The Bezos thing in a capsule, they're actually going to have to come through the atmosphere with, like, I guess, like the heat shields where you're going to see the orange glow and everything before the parachutes deploy, aren't they?
Yes, Bezos, I think he's going to 100 kilometers is where he's going. He's going higher than what Branson did. And, yes, he will be coming in. You see, the big difference, Steve, about the big question is when you re-enter, if you're in true space, supposedly you'll bounce off and you won't re-enter. You'll either burn up or you'll bounce off. That's what Bezos doing. Bezos is going up so far to where you come back, you have to have a heat shield to come back in. But the thing with Bezos is he's not doing a full orbit. He's only doing going up to the height, the apogee, and then he's coming back down and he's using the heat shield coming back through. Whereas Branson doesn't, his apogee is not as high, and that is the point. If you look at apogee, that's the point that they go up the highest at their point and then come back down. Branson didn't go up high enough to do that because if you looked at that airplane yesterday, he had no shielding whatsoever on that plane. That plane was just pressurized. The folks that were inside of it didn't even have pressurization suits on. They only had sock suits on, which keeps everything going because of the amount of G's. But Bezos is a full deal. I mean, they're going to have full suits on with Bezos. So it'll be interesting. It was neat to see. It was cool for Branson. I mean, you have pretty good clout when you eat breakfast with Elon Musk at 3 o'clock in the morning. So.
All right. Yeah, I noticed the whole fact that, I mean, they were up there. I mean, they didn't have oxygen or anything. It was just a pressurized plane, kind of like we would deal with on a big jet airliner.
Basically, yes. It's just a pressurized airplane. The only thing is, if you noticed, the way they have that thing folds up, it's got what they call feather. They feather the back of the plane, and they do like a loop maneuver with it and bring it back around, and that's kind of some of the same thing that they used to do back in the day with the airplanes. They go up real high like that, do a maneuver to make weightlessness. But where they're at is legit. I mean, it's legit space. I mean, they were weightlessness for, I think, 3 minutes is what they were weightless yesterday. Mm-hmm. I watched all the footage yesterday. It was cool. I know Branson's video on his website or his hookup on YouTube was kind of like a big show thing. You know, they had bands playing and all that kind of stuff, and it took a little bit away from the space end of the deal, in my opinion. But it was cool. It was neat. So as far as Kentucky Ken, I wish him the best in whatever his endeavors are. A little tip for that physical. If you wear a mask, make sure you take it off before you go. When I wore mine last time, I almost failed my blood pressure because of it. So that's all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, you got it. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. Have a good day in Florida. And we get a news break here. Top of the hour news update, full update. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hundreds of businesses are continuing to recover from a ransomware attack last week, the latest in a series of cyber attacks this year that have appeared to come from criminals operating in Russia and Eastern Europe. President Biden spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin late last week, urging him to take action against criminal activity in his country. Representative Debbie Dingell says that the U.S. has to respond, calling the hacks an attack on our national security. The Michigan Democrat tells Fox News that the recent wave of attacks should be considered an act of war.
The president has a number of tools in his toolbox, but I quite frankly consider this an act of war, an act of aggression, and the United States cannot sit by and let this continue to happen. So, the president answered yes to one question, but I think and I believe he did this week, make it very clear to President Putin this is unacceptable, it cannot continue, and we are going to have to respond.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The death toll in the condominium tower collapse in Surfside, Florida has risen to 90. Brad Bernards has more.
Authorities said Sunday they are making progress in the painstaking search for the victims of a deadly building collapse in Florida last month.
We're now on day 18. Search and recovery efforts continued uninterrupted throughout the night and morning as our teams worked tirelessly as ever.
Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava said Sunday that 90 deaths have now been confirmed in the collapse of the 12-story Champlain Tower South in Surfside.
And President Biden will meet with German Chancellor Angela Merkel this week at the White House. The two are expected to focus on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a recent surge in cyber attacks. It could be Merkel's final visit to Washington as Germany's leader. She said she plans to step down following elections in September after 16 years in power. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Arkansas is one of the areas in the country experiencing an uptick in COVID cases, with the spread of the Delta variant of the virus having reported more than 1,000 new cases per day for the last several days. It also has one of the lowest vaccination rates in the country, with just over a third of the state's residents fully vaccinated. Governor Asa Hutchinson has pushed residents to get vaccinated in the last few weeks. He tells ABC's This Week about the further efforts he's taking to try to combat hesitancy to the vaccines.
Early on in the pandemic, the average age of hospitalizations was 64. That has dropped 10 years down to 54, and the reason is the elderly population got vaccinated. They're reducing the numbers going to the hospital, but it is that age group between 30 and 54 that is becoming ill. That has not been vaccinated, not good vaccination rates, and so that hospitalization rate has increased. And so what do we do about it? We're working very hard to go to that population through the employer, through trusted advisors such as the clinics, making sure they have the information and overcoming the hesitancy or just the simply we're putting it off approach. I've started community conversations, going to cities. I'll be in 6 cities next week in Arkansas, simply talking about what are the concerns, what are the community ideas to how we can do this better in terms of increasing that population and their vaccination rate.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So look at there, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. We're all into a Monday. Monday, 12th day of July. That's where we find ourselves here. Thank you for spending some time with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Would this be Daryl?
Yes, Steve. I went by the Handle Chaplain when I was driving on the road, and I caught up with you through listening to an ad you ran on WLW the other night, and I wondered what happened to you, and sure am enjoying your new radio show.
I'm glad that ad is working. Hopefully more and more will find us with that.
I used to listen to your dad whenever I came in, the Truckin' Bozo.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s. And I went to school over at Speedway, Indiana, at the Superior Truck Driving School. And took me a Volkswagen van over and slept behind the service station and woke up the next morning and 900 people had been killed by Jim Jones down in the islands. And I decided that was a rough place.
I remember that. I was much younger at the time, but I do remember that well.
They had a racetrack there at Speedway where the Kentucky State Police trained, and we would walk over there and watch them go through their paces. And that was really interesting to watch them train the state patrol over there for the Kentucky State Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see Monkey Gouger whenever went to a Midwest trade show with my son, and you were on the radio, and it was the year he got his award, and I was impressed with that gentleman. He was a gentleman.
If memory serves, I believe that would have been 2014, I think it was. That was the first year of the Citizen Driver honorees.
Yes, and he was so proud of that award, and he was dressed in a suit and looked like somebody from New York City. I go to the nursing home a lot, and I had a lady that was 98 years old. She passed away a couple of years ago, but she used to tell me that she enjoyed your show so much because she would stay awake at night, and I just wondered how many other elderly people never called but listened to your radio show, and you brought them a lot of comfort over the years.
Yeah, I know there's a whole bunch of them. I just hopefully they'll be able to find us again through like the way you did.
Yeah, I went by the Handle Chaplain whenever I was on my CB, and one day I was down in Alabama or Georgia, and a man asked me to pull over and have a cup of coffee with him. And his son had been to Vietnam and come home and was chopping a tree down in his front yard, 23-year-old son, and the tree fell on him and killed him.
Wow.
And he said it happened about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he just wanted me to have a cup of coffee with him, and I did. Never saw him again in my life, but I had many of those experiences out there with the handle the chaplain. I remember one man asked me, I had played a gospel quartet number over the radio with a tape I had, and he asked me to stop, and he asked to borrow the tape. And he walked back to the truck and had tears in his eyes, and he said his dad had died 2 weeks prior to that, and he just wanted to listen to some gospel music. And I also wrote for the Highway Evangelist. It was out of Akron, Ohio, and they would send me about 25 copies, and they had truck driving stories and stuff in it. And I'd put on top of cigarette machines. And I'd come back through on my route, and they'd all be gone. So I think the men enjoyed just reading something about truck driving, and then there'd be a Bible story or something printed in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember it was called the Highway Evangelist. But I just wanted to call and tell you I still listen to you. I missed you when I couldn't find you for about a year.
Well, I'm glad you found us back here. Thank you so much. And help pass the word.
All right, I'll let you go, and thanks a lot for the show.
Hey, and don't be a stranger. Chaplain, otherwise known as Daryl, but went by the handle Chaplain. I don't think he called the show much, and he's like so many others out there listening. That counts. Mornings like this, we could use more callers like that, though. It's 844-844-3388. And, yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Monkey Gouger, a gentleman? That man's got more baloney than what I got there, Rick. You don't have to answer that. That'll keep you out of trouble with Monkey Gouger there anyway there. Everybody in my family's had that Pfizer shot, Steve, and none of us had no adverse reaction to it. And I even got a daughter that works for Pfizer. That may have something to do with it. I don't know. And I'm still waiting to turn into a horny, baloney-eating truck driver there. And I know my Knucklebuster ain't worried about it too much. But anyway, I got a scary thought for you, Steve. I believe old Doofus Magoo is going to be gone before Halloween. So we'll see. I don't know. Now, I know a police officer that says that bomb threat wasn't real up there at that Capitol insurrection. Kentucky, what's that guy's handle? Kentucky what?
Kentucky Ken, yes.
Trying to get back into trucking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, our insurance says that if you haven't driven in the last 2 years, you ain't driving. You got to go back to school to learn how to drive. I mean, I don't understand that, but that's just the insurance, and they're the ones that control everything. If they say you ain't going to drive one of these trucks, you ain't driving one of these trucks. I don't care what the boss man said, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me you got to be honest with one of them fork-tongued doctors you only see once every 2 years there? If you have hearing problems like I do, just wear your hearing aid in there, and you don't have to hear that forced whisper. You don't have to take that test there. And if you're diabetic, drink lots and lots of water and pee a lot before you go in there. And then when you fill that little cup up, you ain't going to give them nothing but water, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, on the election, I read there was a Texas man that waited 6 hours to vote. And he got arrested for voting. Really? He was a convicted felon.
Ah.
I didn't know it was illegal for a convicted felon to vote. So, guess what, dumbass? Don't be down there voting if you ain't allowed to vote there, right? And I went down there to do my TSA background check. That woman wanted to know if I had been a convicted felon ever, and I said, well, not yet. There's always time left there, right?
Okay.
And man, what about them St. Louis Cardinals? Man, they playing like a vacuum cleaner, Steve. I mean, they just literally suck nowadays. I don't know what's going on with them. But I see the Cincinnati Reds are up there, going up there pretty close to the top again. So congratulations on all that, and them finally getting their act together. But y'all could give me a anniversary present while I'm on vacation there, and that's them Cardinals winning there. What are they playing? 3 or 4 games? I done forgot there. So don't do a total sweep like y'all done last time and embarrass the hell out of everybody. So that's all my baloney for right now. We'll call in that long list higher.
All right. I hadn't been paying very, very close attention. I've only tuned into a game or two on occasion on the weekends when the Reds were playing. I pulled it up there, but yeah, they have moved all the way up into second place in the division. Milwaukee, the Brewers lead the National League Central. Reds are 3.5 games back, 4 games back, looks like 4 games back. Milwaukee, 53 wins, 39 losses. Cincinnati, 48 wins, 42 losses. All right. So Chicago's fallen to third, 8 games back. St. Louis actually tied with Chicago, both of them 8 games back. Pittsburgh, it's been a struggle of a season, 18 games back. Yeah, season ended pretty early for those guys. But meanwhile, on a different subject entirely, as our discussion in this country about the younger generation, the coming out of college type crew, and the followers of the likes of AOC and the Squad, embracing socialism, a.k.a. communism, thinking that's the way to go in this country. I think it was a conversation I had with Eagle several weeks back when he was talking about these people coming in from other countries, that they're all going to vote for the Democrats. I said, I don't know about that. People from Mexico, yeah, maybe. I mean, some of these coming from Central American countries with the likes of dictators and what. I bring this up because in Cuba, thousands of Cubans marching on Havana's Malecon Promenade and elsewhere on the island this past day, protesting food shortages and high prices amid the COVID crisis. They describe this as one of the biggest anti-government demonstrations in memory. Many young people took part in the afternoon protest in the Capitol, which disrupted traffic until police moved in after several hours and broke up the march when a few protesters threw rocks. Police initially trailed behind as protesters were chanting, "Freedom, enough, and unite." One motorcyclist pulled out an American flag, a U.S. flag, which that was snatched from him by others. "We're fed up with the long lines, the shortages. That's why I'm here," said one middle-aged protester. Declined to identify himself for fear of being arrested later. Cuba is going through the worst economic crisis in decades, along with a resurgence of COVID cases as they suffer the consequences of sanctions imposed by the Trump administration. An official with the Biden administration tweeting support for Sunday's demonstrations. Peaceful protests are growing in Cuba as the Cuban people exercise their right to peacefully assemble to express concern about COVID deaths, medicine shortages. We can commend the efforts of the Cuban people, mobilizing donations to help neighbors in need. But the demonstration's growing to a few thousand as the marchers pressed on despite a few charges by police officers and tear gas barrages. It was about a 2.5 hour into the march. Some protesters pulled up some of the cobblestones and started lobbing them at police, at which point officers began arresting people, forcing the marchers to disperse there. It is 21 past the hour. Plenty of room for you here on a Back to Work Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, if you'd like to chime in, love to hear from you at 844-844-3388. And a couple of other industry headlines before we get back to your calls. I guess they say you do the crime, you commit the crime, you do the time, and for whatever reason, there's apparently always a truck driver willing to run the risk of trying to smuggle people into the country in the back of the truck. A Houston truck driver sentenced to federal prison, caught smuggling more than 100 people across the border. What was supposed to be a load of lettuce. 32-year-old truck driver Broderick Rhodes sentenced to 50 months in federal prison, to be followed by 3 years of supervised release, pleading guilty to conspiracy to transport illegal aliens. After Rhodes arrived at the Freer Border Patrol checkpoint, hauling what he claimed to be a load of fresh lettuce in a refrigerated trailer, officers became suspicious after noticing discrepancies in the bill of lading, no less. He claimed he was working for a business in LaPorte, but the bill of lading indicated he was transporting lettuce from a Laredo produce company to a location in Sugar Land. Yeah, the business indicated Rhodes had never been employed with them, nor do they even transport outside the Houston area. The other two companies confirmed they had no record of shipment. Yeah, Rhodes seemed a bit nervous in that the refrigerated trailer was set at 30 degrees, but the internal temperature was 68 degrees. So they sent him over for the secondary inspection, and there's 119 people in the trailer. Immigrants had been taken to the truck, told to get in the trailer. The truck departed, did not stop until it reached the checkpoint. All right, let's see here. We get more on. We were talking about that. I guess they've got this new technology where they can actually implant sensors in the roadway that can detect if your tires are low on air pressure. Again, that's one of the other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Who's next on the line here with Sandra Lee? Beverly. Okay, well that's our voice recognition technology. How we doing, Beverly?
I'm very well.
And Beverly, I don't know if your phone's operating right. I'm having a real difficult time hearing you. And maybe she's gone. Okay, well, maybe try back sometime. I don't know if she's in between cell or what the case would be there, but yeah, I think she was just calling to say hey and glad we're back, that she found the program again. All right, a couple minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news break, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Again, we'll come back with more of your industry headlines just ahead. Will Donald Trump run in 2024? I know many in our audience feel as though, Grump is one. I don't think he's going to run. I just think he's really focused on winning back the House and maybe even the Senate in 2022. Dick Morris, on the other hand, another part of his interview this past day on WABC Radio he said Trump will not just run in 24, he'll win. You know how you can tell? He says, shake his hand, turn it over, and if you see there's a pulse, if there's a pulse there, he's going to run and he's going to win. So Dick Morris, awfully confident there. Trump will absolutely win, Morris says, saying he'll take both elections, starting with the Republican primary, which he cannot possibly lose, no matter what happens. He could win that from jail if he has to. The other is the general election, which a Republican is guaranteed to win because of the terrible performance of Joe Biden. So in a real sense, the future's kind of laid out for Trump. Yeah, he's going to be the 47th president of the United States. He predicted Trump will not only gain Latino voters in 2024, but he'll win in that demographic based on the numbers of votes from the sector climbing between 2016 and 2020. Little sneeze there. He says the Latino vote is shifting. Trump got 10 points more in Latino votes in 2020 than he got in 2016. In Florida and Texas, the Latino vote almost went Republican entirely. California's a little bit less Republican with the Latino vote. But if you take the rest of the country, I believe in 24, Trump's going to carry the Latino vote. Again, very confident is one Dick Morris, but news break. We come back with more. Again, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 people have been arrested in Denver on drug and weapons charges at a hotel near Coors Field, where the MLB All-Star Game will be held this week. 3 men and a woman were arrested at the Maven Hotel after police received a tip about suspicious activities in the 2 rooms. The FBI says it has no reason to believe that the group posed any threat to the nearby All-Star Game. And dozens of wildfires continue to burn in the western U.S. as the region deals with another heat wave. Excessive heat warnings have been issued in 6 states with millions baking under record-high temperatures. Las Vegas tied its record high on Saturday at 117 degrees. The Beckworth Complex fire in eastern California is now the largest in the state, having burnt more than 86,000 acres. The U.S. Forest Service says it's only around 8% contained and threatening to cross into Nevada. The Bootleg Fire in southern Oregon doubled in size over the weekend to over 144,000 acres with 0% containment as of Sunday morning. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Take you out to San Jose, California. And we've seen many occasions over the years. Yeah, what starts in California, oftentimes, if not most times, gradually, incrementally sweeps its way across the country. In particular, in other Democrat-controlled states. In the city of San Jose, you will now be required to pay a yearly fee if you're a gun owner, and you will have to purchase liability insurance. To me, that sounds like a gun registry. A new law would make San Jose the first city in the nation to require owners of firearms to have insurance and pay fees to relieve taxpayers of the cost of responding to gun violence. The city council voted unanimously to draft the law last week. This about a month after a gunman killed 9 workers at the rail yard there in San Jose. The gunman shot himself as police closed in on him. The shooter and the 9 victims were employees at the transit agency near the airport there. Grieving communities don't have the luxury of forgetting, says the mayor. We live amongst devastated family members. We hear the echoes of painful eulogies. We work with traumatized friends. I joined several colleagues to propose a comprehensive set of initiatives to reduce gun-related harm in San Jose. See, here's the thing. If you've got someone that's hell-bent and determined to kill others and is not afraid to kill themselves, yeah, they're going to take others out with them. That's if that's their mindset. It's not going to matter if they pay a yearly fee or have to purchase liability insurance. The mayor goes on to say, quote, "These proposals include 2 measures that no other city nor state in the United States has ever tried. Mandatory gun insurance to support victims and mandatory gun fees to compensate taxpayers. As with many other Silicon Valley innovations, we intend to implement and test these ideas, learn from our mistakes, improve, iterate, and provide a platform for others to scale them to benefit their own communities. We will require every gun owner in my city to have liability insurance, regardless of where they purchased their gun. Insurance compensates the victims of unintentional gun harm, which annually injures 27,000 Americans and claims the lives of 500 more, paying medical bills, rehabilitation, and tragically funeral expenses. We will require gun owners to pay a modest annual fee to compensate taxpayers for the cost of gun-related violence. Every day, our residents bear the financial burden for police officers responding to shootings, for ambulances that transport the wounded, and for trauma surgeons to save them. It's uncertain just how much the fees will be, but the Chronicle reports that the mayor said it'd probably be a couple dozen dollars. Fox News notes that officials said that anyone found to be in non-compliance will have their weapons confiscated. Is that the kicker there? You got to purchase your liability insurance. Oh, you're not in compliance? We'll take your guns away. What about for those who have no intention there's a lot of people that are going to fight that system tooth and nail. Sounds like an awfully slippery slope, but what do you think? Is that the kind of thing that's going to begin to spread across the country? It's this innovative new approach. All right, let's try again. Take two. See if Beverly, see if we can hear you any better now. Good morning, Beverly.
Good morning, Steve. Can you hear me now?
That is much better. Yes, I don't know what happened the first time.
I took my Bluetooth off. I'm home.
Oh.
I'm nervous. I'm a first-time caller. Okay.
Yeah.
To give you some background, I have driven for 20 years as a team with my husband. We have listened our entire career. We started out with your dad and you, and listened all these years. And when you left that previous station, we left also, and I was totally lost. I drive exclusively nights, and I listen, this is my weekend break, and I listen when I'm home also. And I said to my husband, I am so lost without him. It is so long. And especially your weather updates. You are by far the best weather forecaster out there. I share all of your information, your news bites that you go over. I share with other drivers. I spread the word, and other drivers will say to me, where did you hear this information? If it wasn't for you, Steve, and your callers, we would not have half of the information that we receive. And we are so grateful to you. We absolutely love your show. And I did call your previous station one time, and this is my first time calling you. So I just want to say how much we enjoy your program.
Beverly, you make my morning. That's a great call.
Thank you.
And seeing
Thank you very much.
You're a first-time caller. Have you and your husband tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet, or no?
Yes, he has tried them. Yes, he has.
Well, how about a coupon code so we can try some more? I don't know if you've been listening for a while.
I'm sure he would love that. Now, I did not listen to your first week. Okay, I said to him, I can't believe Steve's gone, and I would check. And so I found you by Googling your name, and I missed your first week. So then I went on those podcasts and listened. So I've actually listened to all of your shows on this new station.
Wow.
And we have your app. We have your app on both our phones. And it's excellent. You're so needed out there. What you provide to this driving community. And we are team drivers for R&L carriers, so it's in your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
And they're a great company, and I just share your information with everyone I can.
I try to recall.
And we're both.
What's the
we're
name
both
of your
avid Trump supporters?
You had a safety director up there that came in at the other gig. He came in with Wayne Carucci and he's the one that presented me with of course that whole from the House of Representatives and I can't recall what his name was though.
I don't remember his name either because we don't really know too many corporate people. We work out of Manchester, New Hampshire. So that's our corporate headquarters. We've been out there, but I listened when that was going on for you. I mean, I've listened all along because especially at nights, it can be a long night out there, and you just don't know how valuable you are to us fellow drivers.
I just recall, I recall him telling me that many of his drivers, there at R&L, told him that you wouldn't know how many nights Steve's got me, kept me awake to get to my destination and whatnot, and that's why they went to the whole effort. Now I've got that flag framed and mounted and whatnot with the certification that flew over the Capitol. Thanks to R&L carriers, no less.
Well, you're fabulous, and I know a lot of drivers like you. I would go out there, once in a while to the main headquarters, and if you were in their garage, Steve Sommers was blasting on their radios out there.
How about that? That's great. Well, I've got your phone number here, so I'll send you a code. I'll get that to Chad. He'll get you a code for $60 of whatever you and your husband would like to order in merchandise, and that'll include shipping as well. So,
well, thank you so much, Steve, and keep up the great work. And I love all your fellow listeners. I don't like to call in. I only called in because you were light on callers, but I always listen.
I'm struggling on a Monday. Yeah, so thank you so much, Beverly. That makes the night a whole lot better. There you go. Thank you so much. Makes me feel good to hear that kind of thing. I got another email, which, by the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. Bill just says, hello, I'm one of those guys that listens overnight. I really enjoy your show. Talk to you later. Just letting us know. Yeah, I know there's so many out there. And it's not a big deal to call the show, right? Yeah, we'll get a quick break in here. We'll get back with more of your calls. You'd like to chime in. Still got another full hour to go once we hit top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I got an email from James, and I forgot about that. See, my kids are all grown up now, so I don't have anything as far as like the child tax credit. I guess the changes kick in this month where families who have children under the age of 18 will start receiving the child tax credit on a monthly basis. It'll be split up so that rather that at the end of the year when you file your taxes and you'd get your, I don't know, whatever it is. I don't know, is it $2,500? Is it $3,000? Things have changed so much. But you'll start getting checks on a monthly basis. That was apparently part of the COVID relief bill. And if you don't want to receive those checks in advance, and you'd rather just like wait to the end of the year and file like you typically do to claim the child tax credit, you have to opt out. James says, I recently tried to opt out of the child tax credit in advance. This starts this week. On the IRS website, they wanted me to create an account. So I started the process. It's about the third step. The step was to scan my face. So I stopped and read more. After scanning the face, they wanted a picture to be used for biometric technology. I quickly got the hell out of there. I did not proceed with the face scan or picture. I hope they didn't get anything. But that's interesting. So they IRS website trying to use the facial recognition technology. Anyway, he says, kind of foggy out here north of Van Wert this morning. Anyway, have a great day. He just wanted to share that. That's pretty wild. And back to the calls here. Hey, Pappy.
That's one way to get you not to opt out, ain't it, Steve?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Hey, thanks for taking me back. Hey, this is a first for me, man. I wonder if I get a coupon.
Well, being a two-time caller, two-time
First time
offender?
Yes. First time I called in twice. And let me tell you, Steve, Beverly gets the big cookie tonight. What an amazing call. Amazing woman. Huh?
Yes. Yes. I mean, she was kind of giving me goosebumps, made me feel good. Like, all right, so you're actually doing something. You're helping people.
Yes, sir. Hey, about this Second Amendment thing, Steve, they're trying to force gun owners to pay this insurance. That's just a typical liberal, ain't it, huh?
First of all, first thing I'm thinking, what kind of insurance company is going to offer any sort of insurance for gun-related violence. I mean, I don't know who would even want to underwrite something like that, especially in light of the outrageous increase in gun violence we're seeing all over the country.
Yeah, I would assume, Steve, the premiums would be off the charts. That's why they're doing it. You know, you can have your guns, but by God, we're going to make you pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
Same way that Missouri couple, you know, that lady out there that charged them, you know, that they were making a statement. You can have your guns, but by God, if you use them or brandish them in self-defense, you're going to get charged. That's like, Steve, all these people driving around under suspension, right? Think they got insurance?
No.
Yeah, come on, man. So the criminal that shoots somebody, right? That the criminals that are causing all this harm to other people, they're obviously going to go out and buy the insurance, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Chicago. I mean, they'll be lined up. The gang members will be lined up to buy insurance.
Yep. Buffoons. I'll tell you what, Steve. Maybe be a mass exodus in that city and watch their tax revenue go down as a result of that. But that's just liberals at work, Steve, you know, forcing others to pay for others' misdeeds. Anyway, all I wanted to comment on, Steve, was the Second Amendment, but when I heard Beverly's call, I had to tell her she gets the big cookie for the
Big
night.
cookie on a Monday, yeah.
Yes, sir. Anything else going on? Hey, hold on.
What?
I got something else. Remember my date. You remember my date, Steve? I said Biden's going to be out. I tried telling you to take a list and have everybody call in and write down their date. We'll have a little pool going here. October 26th, Joe Biden will not be in office no more. Write that down, October 26th.
Is there something special about that particular day? Because that's right in line with what Knucklebuster said. He said by Halloween.
Yeah. Steve, here's the thing that really gets me. Is, I mean, we all knew this going in. Prior to the election, we all knew he was having problems, you know. And the left covered it up along with the media, you know. This is the most powerful man in the world. And they cover this up, Steve, and put this man in office all because they hate Trump. And the only reason they hate Trump is because he beat Hillary Clinton. Their goddess did not get elected.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll hate that man for the rest of his life, you know. And that the media is willing to sacrifice this country, Steve. Now, they're trying to destroy it. That's just bottom line. And the media's in cahoots with them. I can't believe they get any ratings at all. None. That's why we got Steve Sommers to listen to, not MSNBC or...
Okay, well...
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about, I know you saw the video because you liked it. The kid out in his front yard that hits the golf ball, and the timing-wise, it drills. It sounds like it hit probably the window of the police cruiser. What happens in that situation? If that were you driving by, do you go back and say, you know, what the hell you doing, or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, come on, man. You know, I got some explaining to do to my lieutenant. You know, if there's a window out or a big hole in my door,
right.
Dent,
I mean, it's the sound of the impact. It sounded like it hit a window to me. I don't know.
But his face when he turned around
it was like, oh no. Yeah, he knew he probably about crapped his pants when it was just, it's comical.
Yeah. I don't think I'd go off on the kid. I mean, it was an accident, you know.
Well, I mean,
but,
my question is, what was he trying to? Was he trying to hit the neighbor's house with the golf ball? Because he was going. I mean, that's where it was going, straight to the neighbor's house.
Kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Okay.
Being sure. Yeah, that was a good one, though.
All right. Well, thanks for checking back in. You get the little cookie this morning for calling twice. How about that? And we've got a full hour yet to fill. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 people have been arrested in Denver on drug and weapons charges at a hotel near Coors Field, where the MLB All-Star Game will be held this week. 3 men and a woman were arrested at the Maven Hotel after police received a tip about suspicious activities in the 2 rooms. The FBI says it has no reason to believe that the group posed any threat to the nearby All-Star Game. And dozens of wildfires continue to burn in the western U.S. as the region deals with another heat wave. Excessive heat warnings have been issued in 6 states with millions baking under record high temperatures. Las Vegas tied its record high on Saturday at 117 degrees. The Beckworth Complex fire in eastern California is now the largest in the state, having burnt more than 86,000 acres. The U.S. Forest Service says it's only around 8% contained and threatening to cross into Nevada. The Bootleg fire in southern Oregon doubled in size over the weekend to over 144,000 acres with 0% containment as of Sunday morning. This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
A new study purportedly backs up claims that the COVID vaccines have saved thousands of lives. Mike Fortier reports.
Researchers at the Yale School of Public Health find the vaccine saved up to 279,000 lives in the U.S. The study released this week also finds vaccines prevented over 1 million people from being hospitalized. The study's lead author warns, though, that the danger is not over and now is not the time to let down our guard. Researchers warn the gains we have made against the virus could be swiftly reversed by the Delta variant, which they say has the potential to unleash a surge of new cases among the millions who remain unvaccinated. From the USA Radio News Florida Bureau, I'm Mike Fortier.
And 6 months after the riots at the Capitol building, the security fencing that was erected in the aftermath has finally come down. Capitol Police decided to take the barriers down based on the state of threats against the Capitol and improvements in their abilities to respond to those threats. The last sections of the fencing that once surrounded several blocks around Capitol Hill came down over the weekend. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles, you won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Billionaire Richard Branson blasted into space Sunday morning, joining 3 other passengers aboard a Virgin Galactic rocket. Brad Bernards has more.
Lifting off from Spaceport America in Las Cruces, New Mexico, Branson was among 3 other mission specialists who reached speeds 3 times the speed of sound.
So just imagine a world where people of all ages, all backgrounds, from anywhere, of any gender, of any ethnicity, have equal access to space. And they will in turn, I think, inspire us back here on Earth. If you've ever had a dream, now is the time to make it come true. And I'd just like to end by saying, welcome to the dawn of a new space age. Thank you.
Sunday's launch was pushed back about 90 minutes from its original start time. From the USA Radio News West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
And Italy are the champions of Europe after beating England in a penalty shootout in the final of Euro 2020. The match finished 1-1 after extra time before England missed 3 straight penalty shots, giving the Azzurri the 3-2 win in the shootout. For Italy, the victory completes a comeback story for a team that missed qualifying for the 2018 World Cup, the first time in 60 years they didn't make the tournament. For England, the defeat extends a long streak of frustration. The Three Lions haven't won a major championship since taking the 1966 World Cup. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here it is. Final hour on a Monday. Get the brand new week started. Close out the weekend. And we are underway 12th day of July. All right, 2 separate headlines. I'm going to start with this one. Over the weekend from Newsmax. The headline reads, teachers and activists prepare to battle conservatives in court on institutional racism. Courtrooms and local school board meetings are setting up as the battleground for a major cultural conflict between conservatives, parents, teachers, and social justice activists on controversial critical race theory. According to the Britannica website, if you're not old enough to remember, Britannica, we used to have this thing called encyclopedias. Encyclopedia Britannica. According to Britannica, critical race theory is an intellectual movement, a loosely organized framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is not a natural, biologically grounded feature of physically distinct subgroups of human beings, but a socially constructed, culturally invented category that is used to oppress and exploit people of color. Okay, so it's been around for many, many years. They say it's been a staple of law school since the 1970s, but it's now come into the education mainstream due to the changes in the way some view gender in items like the New York Times 1619 Project that claims the country's founding was based more on slave trade and white supremacy more than an effort to create an egalitarian society. Now, we know this is taking place. We've all seen some of the videos, parents being shouted down by board members, actually board meetings being canceled when people start speaking out, hundreds of parents showing up at some of these school board meetings to have their say about their children being brainwashed with critical race theory. Most of them want nothing to do with it. And it's not just whites. You've got blacks speaking up at the board meetings. You're kind of upset with the fact that trying to say my child's skin color has them at a disadvantage in this country today, which is not the case. So I wanted to share this one with you. Angie sent this to me a few days ago. I'm glad I saved it. America is up in arms about critical race theory in public schools. Lawmakers in California and Washington, school districts in Oregon have introduced or actually mandated critical race theory in the state curriculum. While at the same time, lawmakers in Texas, Idaho, Oklahoma, most recently Florida, have passed legislation prohibiting teachers from promoting CRT in the classroom. But despite all the furor surrounding these bills, many Americans still do not have a firm grasp of what it is, what critical race theory is, and how it manifests in our public schools. I'm an investigative reporter with the public policy think tank, the Manhattan Institute. Recently completed a multi-part series about critical race theory in public schools, and what I discovered shocked me to the core. First, a definition. Critical race theory is an academic discipline that claims this country, the United States, was founded on racism, oppression, and white supremacy, and that these forces are still at the root of our society. That's how it's defined in practice. But bureaucrats implementing critical race theory will say it's an academic concept, arguing race is a social construct, and that racism is not only individual bias or prejudice, but also something embedded in legal and political systems. It reformulates the old Marxist dialect of oppressor and oppressed, replacing class categories with the identity categories of black and white. But the basic conclusion is the same. In order to liberate man, society must be fundamentally transformed through moral, economic, and political revolution. In simple terms, critical race theory can be seen as a form of race-based Marxism. They share a common conceptual framework, and critical race theory was explicitly derived from critical theory, a 20th century ideology sometimes called neo-Marxism. To the surprise of many Americans, this basic package of ideas has become part of the curriculum in many school districts across the country. The resulting lessons, as I've discovered through my reporting, are deeply divisive and, I believe, border on political indoctrination. There's a district in California, an elementary school, forcing third graders to deconstruct their racial and sexual identities, then rank themselves according to their power and privilege. Springfield, Missouri, a middle school, forcing teachers in a diversity training session to locate themselves on what they called an oppression matrix. The trainers told straight, white, English-speaking Christian males that they are members of the oppressor class. Handouts warning of covert white supremacy. In New York, a public school principal sent parents literature including tools for action and touting white traitors and advocating for full white abolition. Portland, Oregon, my investigation found students are not only subject to a critical race theory curriculum, but trained to develop their so-called white identity and taught about racial justice in terms of revolution and or resistance, which sometimes culminates in students participating in violent protests. In practice, critical race theory in schools is a form of state-sanctioned racism. The lessons traffic in three key concepts: race, essentialism, collective guilt, and racial superiority theory. First, these lessons reduce individual students to the racial categories of white, black, and people of color, which are then loaded with value connotations. White students are labeled oppressors. Black students are labeled oppressed. Next, the framework teaches students to think that they bear responsibility for and are the beneficiaries of historical crimes committed by individuals who share the same skin color. Consequently, they must atone for their so-called white privilege. Critical race theorists in practice sometimes refer to this as internalized racial superiority within white people. Finally, critical race theory ascribes a moral superiority to individuals based on their race. Whites are deemed inherently racist and oppressive because a Buffalo Public Schools lesson phrased it, all white people play a part in perpetuating systemic racism. People of color, by contrast, are deemed by this theory inherently virtuous and liberatory. State legislators worried that children are going to be indoctrinated into this destructive ideology are absolutely right to prohibit these lessons in public schools. Critical race theorists have the right to express their beliefs as individuals, but taxpayers are not obligated to subsidize their beliefs and incorporate it in the school curriculum. Legislation prohibiting critical race theory achieves three important protections. First, they protect students and teachers. First Amendment right of conscience. They cannot be compelled to believe in racial theories that violate their sense of basic dignity. Second, they uphold the basic premise of the 14th Amendment, which guarantees individuals must be treated equally under the law, regardless of race. And lastly, the legislation ensures that a state's public institutions reflect the values of the public in a representative democracy. Voters decide which values to transmit through public schools. Legislators have the right, even the duty, to shape the curriculum to those ends. Now, the beauty of the state legislation is that it is politically neutral. The legislation in Texas, for instance, prohibits schools from requiring or making part of a course the ideas that any race is inherently superior to another, that an individual bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, or that an individual should receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of his or her race. All that is not allowed to be taught. See, the bills would outlaw a Klan-sponsored curriculum as well as a critical race theory-sponsored curriculum. Lastly, he said, I am fighting against critical race theory through investigative reporting, policy advocacy, and legal warfare. So rather interesting for those who weren't real familiar with what it is actually all about. That is pretty disturbing, huh? But that's what I guess parents are waking up in varying districts around the country. They're actually calling school superintendents asking, hey, are you teaching this to my children? Is my child being told that due to the color of his or her skin that they are superior or should have white guilt for things that occurred generations ago? All right, rolling up on 20 past the hour. Got the Big Moose on the line. Oh my, maybe I shouldn't have shared that before the Big Moose, because he's probably got his blood pressure about the noon hour twice over. I got to get a quick break in here, though. We'll be back in 3. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, the anticipation, 24 past the hour, and it's 844-3388. Hello, good morning, Big Moose.
Well, thanks, bud. I tell you what, who needs Folgers in your cup when you got Steve Sommers spiking your blood pressure as soon as your feet hit the floor in the morning?
Oh, boy.
Yep, I appreciate that. I'm kind of glad this topic come up because I've been studying on this some. And I think if you will allow me to expound, I'm gonna throw something at you here.
All right, love to hear it.
Have you ever heard the term prestidigitation?
That is a term I'm not familiar with.
Prestidigitation is also commonly known as sleight of hand. Okay? Sleight of hand is the ability to manipulate a small object in front of one person or a crowd to the point where they believe that object is something that it's not. Okay? See guys do it with playing cards. The card's got 2 backs or it's got 2 faces, and you're sitting there looking at it and your mind believes what it's seeing because the proof's in the pudding, so to speak. That's how sleight of hand works. Okay? And if you see something long enough, you'll believe what you see. That's one of the root principles in any kind of magician or trickery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you take neo-Marxism. You've got to have almost a perfect combination of sleight of hand, so to speak, combined with existentialism, which is people who believe that we're just born without purpose and, we're just here taking up space and converting oxygen into CO2, and you get enough psychoanalysts and this critical theory, and you blend it all together, and you got neo-Marxism, okay? Well, here's the problem. Between the puppet master and the puppet, the American people are being played like a puppet. We're getting our strings pulled, while everybody's worried about what color everybody is and who was a slave and who was a slave owner and all this white privilege and all of this stuff that they're rehashing, over and over right in our face. In the meantime, look what's happening behind the scenes. They're trying to disarm our government. They're trying to control the food supply. They're trying to control the money. They're trying to do everything that has been played out on at least 5 different continents over and over and over again, and it does not work. Communism does not work. Socialism does not work. And we're going to see it happen again, and it's going to be probably worse than it ever was, And like I said, people are taking the humorous aspect of it, but I'm serious when I say I believe we're making the last lap around the bowl, buddy, because while they got neighbor pitted against neighbor because one of them's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy was a slave and the other one's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy was a slave owner, they're robbing both of those free Americans of their right to keep and bear arms. They're robbing both of those free Americans of a solid monetary system. They're robbing both of those free Americans of their individual choices as free Americans, and they're not paying a bit of attention to that stuff. Only the BS, the sleight of hand, the mind games that they give the simpletons of the world, and that's exactly the way the higher-ups see it. The pigeons, the sheeple, so to speak, we'll give them something to combat against themselves, and while they're sitting there combating against themselves, we'll just take every right they got away from them. There was an old analogy of a man who went into a restaurant, and there was a big sign above the coat rack that says, "Absolutely not responsible for stolen articles." And while he was busy watching his coat, somebody stole his steak right off the plate in front of him. And that's exactly what's happening in this country today. They're coming in here and they're getting people tied up on this critical race theory and all of this crap that doesn't amount to a pinch of you-know-what in a molehill. And while everybody has got their eyes focused on that penny-ante peddly stuff, they're taking the absolute building blocks of your American freedom right out from under you. And you don't have to be a big-time architect or a building designer or even a mathematician to know this. When you lay the foundation on a building, you put that foundation on bedrock, and you build up and up and up and up. And when you put the last shingle on the roof, the last thing you want to do is go back and knock the foundation blocks out from under that building because it'll fall. And that's exactly what's happening in our country. And like it or not, that's the way it is. And they're I don't mean to get tongue-tied. I got a million things going through my mind. I don't know how to put it out PG-13 enough where it'll pass the radio litmus test, okay?
Okay.
But this country is in for a world of hurt because we're now on about the 3rd or 4th generation of absolute entitled spoiled brat. who are wanting something for nothing, who think they're entitled to everything, and, we'll just whine about it till somebody takes care of us, because that's the way we've done it our whole life, and it's always worked, And I'm telling you, what you're seeing now in this country is the definition of prestidigitation, but it's sleight of hand. While everybody is worried and tied up in knots over this crap that doesn't amount to nothing, they're going to come right in there and they're going to cut our Constitution to ribbons, and then all Americans, red, yellow, black, and white, are going to feel the recourse of this. And then when it happens, they're going to say, well, we didn't see this coming. No kidding, you didn't see us coming, because you haven't looked past the nose on your face. Like I said, this hooray for me and to hell with everybody else mindset that these generations of Americans have been being raised on is coming back to bite us in the tail end. And God help us if we ever get in another situation like World War II, where the men's going to have to go off and fight, and the women's going to have to stay here and run the factories and the ammunition plant and the car plants, and everybody's going to have to pitch in and save metal and all this stuff, because it ain't never going to happen again, Steve. And I tell you why it ain't never going to happen again, because we do not have the core strength in this country that we used to have. It's gone, and like it or not, and I for one, I don't like it. I don't like nothing about it. But like it or not, I don't think we're ever going to get it back, because it's gone by the wayside so long that the ones who know how to do it right are either so old they don't want to teach it no more, or can't teach it no more, or they're dead. Cemeteries are laying full of patriots right now that would roll over in their grave if they knew half of what is going on in this world today.
Yeah.
And like I said, I would hate to be a 20 or 30-year-old man with my whole life ahead of me, my whole working career ahead of me, a house to pay for, a car to pay for, and kids to raise, and all of that stuff, because I'm telling you what, buddy, it is going to be a devil's burden to carry, I tell you, because it's going to be harder than it has ever been before. And with all that, I'm going to get off my soapbox and let you get to your bottom of the hour break. Everybody keep it twixt and spotted in the solid, sunny side up, and we'll be 10-10 on the side. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the analogy. That's sleight of hand. Sounds about right. All right, we return following news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
4 people have been arrested in Denver on drug and weapons charges at a hotel near Coors Field, where the MLB All-Star Game will be held this week. 3 men and a woman were arrested at the Maven Hotel after police received a tip about suspicious activities in the 2 rooms. The FBI says it has no reason to believe that the group posed any threat to the nearby All-Star Game. And dozens of wildfires continue to burn in the western U.S. as the region deals with another heat wave. Excessive heat warnings have been issued in 6 states, with millions baking under record high temperatures. Las Vegas tied its record high on Saturday at 117 degrees. The Beckworth Complex fire in eastern California is now the largest in the state, having burnt more than 86,000 acres. The U.S. Forest Service says it's only around 8% contained and threatening to cross into Nevada. The Bootleg fire in southern Oregon doubled in size over the weekend to over 144,000 acres with 0% containment as of Sunday morning. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your your family's health insurance, it's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, got our final segment underway here on a Monday morning. Close out the weekend. Let's see. Who we got checking in from Virginia, I believe it is. I don't have a name.
Hey, Steve, this is Mayhem. How are you this morning?
All right, doing well. What'd you say the name was again?
Mayhem.
Mayhem.
Mayhem is everywhere.
Mayhem, yes, I hear you.
Hey, yeah, I was just listening to Moose there while y'all were talking about critical race theory, and he was spot on in what he had to say, except for the bit about sleight of hand being distracted. That does count, because they're indoctrinating a whole generation of our children to believe this crap, to divide us, separate us as a nation. And, yeah, we got a lot of other problems, but we can't ignore this one either, because this is where it starts, and we got to eliminate it. We just can't put up with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's what a lot of the parents are trying to do by showing up at the board meetings. And, of course, people like Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott in Texas, saying as an entire state, you're not allowed to teach this kind of stuff. You got to stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're on the right track, and we do have to put a stop to it. And, I think Moose was exactly right. They're playing with the money, the currency. They're taking away rights left and right, gun rights. It's all part of history. This happened in Nazi Germany. It's happened in Venezuela. And, it's textbook Marxism, communism, whatever you want to call it. But I'm a little bit hopeful for our country. I don't think we're quite as far down the road as a lot of people think. For one thing, communism's never been tried in a country where the population is well armed. So I don't think it's going to go quite as far here, but I do agree with Moose. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly fast.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate your call. Mayhem, chaos, and mayhem. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Nice to talk to you. I'm glad you're back on the radio, Steve. Good to hear you.
At least you feel like we're not on that last loop around the bowl, as Moose says. You think you got a couple of turns left to go, maybe?
I believe so. I got faith in our country and people that built it, people that live here. It'll get ugly, but we'll get through it.
Yeah, I guess
y'all have a good.
Right now, the focal point has to be on 2022. That's got to be the key of if at least we're going to have any chance of shutting down the further implementation of the liberal agenda in D.C. right now. Legislation wouldn't be able to get to the president's desk. It will just pause things for 2 additional years until the possibility of maybe taking back the White House. That's kind of where I see it. Morning, Larry. How was your weekend?
Good morning. The weekend was busy. I had a whole bunch of stuff to do around the house and finally cleaned out my garage, which I've been wanting to do for about 3 months. But busy time. And yours?
Oh, boy, short weekend. Coming up a long holiday weekend. Those regular weekends do go by fast, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, I wanted to really, really compliment Beverly's call. I was so excited to hear all the accolades that she was given, because I mirror exactly what she said. and thank her for calling in. She needs to call in more often.
That was a wonderful call. Yeah.
Steve, if I recall, the safety director out of Wilmington for R&L was Gilbert Cordova. Is that the name you remember?
Yeah, I'm thinking it was an Eric something or other. Maybe he wasn't the safety director. Maybe he was the training director. Maybe I had the wrong position.
I think there was an Eric also. I dealt with one of the owners, Larry Roberts Jr., for quite a few years. He also owned some tractor dealerships. I think he owned about 4. And Larry Roberts Jr. was an avid tractor pulling person himself. He would actually drive the tractor himself. And Larry Roberts Jr. was a really, really good guy. So I dealt with him for a few years. And I think there was an Eric involved. I don't have his name in my computer, though.
Yeah.
I also like Pappy's call, October 26th. I'm booking that. I'm going to see what happens. And I think Big Moose's intellectual conversation with the listening audience was fantastic. Earlier, somebody made the comment that they were upset with Trump because he beat Hillary. I might have something to do with it, but I think the media was upset with Trump predominantly because he did not speak with a forked tongue. He was straightforward. He did not follow script, and he said what he felt. Unfortunately, that rubbed some people the wrong way, and the media saw the opportunity now to eliminate him because he commanded the media for a long time. And they saw the opportunity now to eliminate him and his challenges on their fake news.
Sounds very plausible to me. And of course, for 4 years, he called out the fake news.
Absolutely. And that rubbed them the wrong way. They didn't know how to deal with a politician who was not the polished speaker that wasn't afraid to call out somebody if they were wrong. And, I didn't agree with all of his tactics, but certainly agree with his core values of America and the American people. The core value of he was not a polished speaker, but I think that's why he got elected. We were tired of the what they call the swamp or the polished speaker that says what you wanted to hear instead of what you needed to hear.
We were tired of the politics as usual in D.C. And I mean, the message of draining the swamp resounded with a lot of people. I guess he tried, but I think the swamp might have been a lot deeper than he ever realized when he got elected.
Absolutely. The hill's a bigger hill to climb.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, I'm pulling into the Work 20 and getting ready to have a great week, and hopefully we have a safe week. I don't know if you saw the information that I sent you via email, but that was an ironic situation that happened here in Louisville on Friday.
On Friday, okay.
Yeah, we had a gentleman that was sleeping in a dumpster, and he was dumped into the truck.
Uh-oh.
And he became combative. Did you get that email?
I don't know. Did you send that recently or?
I sent it on Saturday.
I think I might have missed that one. So, I mean, how do you become combative when you're in the back of a garbage truck?
That's an interesting question. So, he's in that we call the hopper area. 2 firefighters from Louisville is trying to get him to walk up a ladder, and he does not want to leave. He does not want to get out of the truck.
Okay.
And Louisville Metro Police was on top of the truck with me. And the more I thought about it, if we get him on top of that truck and he's still combative, somebody's fallen off of this 13-foot high vehicle. And so they brought in a ladder and a Stokes basket, lowered the Stokes basket into the hopper, secured him to the Stokes basket, and hoisted him out in that basket. Even when he was 13 feet in the air, he was trying to come out of that basket himself and would have no doubt injured himself in a fall. But that, after 41 years in this business and being a police officer, firefighter, and everything else I've done, I've never seen nothing as ironic as that.
He didn't want to get out of the trash.
Can't understand it. Of course, he was taken to the hospital with a 72-hour hold and for evaluation because something's going on wrong upstairs.
Bingo. Yep. All right. Well, hey, have a great day, Larry. Thanks for checking in on a Monday. I don't want to get out. I want to stay here in the truck. Okay. Just got an email from Quicksilver. It said, Steve, just wanted to let you know I'm out here listening. I didn't know you were back on via the likes of YouTube till I heard your ad on that other station tonight. This is awesome. Now, I go back to listening to your dad, and since you've been off, overnight radio is just a vast wasteland. I'm retired military and big rig driver. Retired from big rig driving. I'll be listening regular now. I may call in once in a while, but keep up the great work. Hey, and if you just found out about us, Quicksilver, I think you're the second or third this morning that said you just caught the ad there and found us. If you got the smartphone thing, the iPhone or the Android phone, you can download the free app from the respective app store and simply go to the app store and type in overnightdriveradio.com. And again, it's a free app, and you can get notifications when we come on live. Of course, we still have the YouTube and the Facebook page. That'll be there. For those that are still catching us on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel, I mentioned Friday morning, you need to make the switch over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, either Facebook or YouTube channel, because they're going to be taking us off of the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel, trying to get everything converted into one platform via YouTube or Facebook. And, of course, you've always got overnightdriveradio.com for the audio stream out there and all the various podcasts, Apple, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and a bunch of others, or you can catch the show any time of the day. All right. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, Big Moose was spot on, buddy. I mean, he was preaching better than Jimmy Swaggart ever thought about doing. So I was up there, amen, keep it up, brother, keep it up. Critical race theory, it's just a theory. It's not a proven fact of nothing. I've never owned any slaves. I've never been a racist. Matter of fact, I'm chop cutting. I'm pick cutting right along black people, right along other white people there. So, hey, my family's have been worked like a slave to get where we're at. So, I mean, I ain't no way I'm a racist. I don't even drive a race car. See, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret product, keep Chris and his wife happy. Y'all buy some of them Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, you keep Steve and Mama Sommers happy too. So, especially them T-shirts for the women there. I like them when the women are wearing their T-shirts. So, y'all have a great morning. Kick this thing in the big hole, Steve, gouge on it, and take it to the house, brother.
All right. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Yeah, I guess I don't talk about that enough. You go to the Steve Sommers, you go to overnightdriveradio.com, overnightdriveradio.com, click on shop. And we got some stickers you can put on your car, your truck, window of the truck. Got the official Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts. You got the travel mugs are really nice. They keep your drinks hot or cold for many, many hours. You got the ball caps, dash calendars, and they've got some special deals you'll find on various Hot Shot Secret products they've added to the line as well. Check out the Big Rig Duo, the Semi-Prevention Pack, the Semi-Performance Pack. You got your Regen Reduction Pack, all these deals you can check out. You'll find those right there on my page, overnightdriveradio.com under Shop. Of course, you can always go to hotshotsecret.com to learn more about any and all of the products available there. Now, real quick, let me jump up to, would this be Douglas?
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Yeah, your old friend, your old Rachel Maddow friend.
Okay.
All right. The dude, Mr. Baloney, was talking about the gentleman down there in Texas that voted and stuff, you know. Well, they arrested him. They charged him with 2 times. The man was in prison back in 92. The man had been out of prison for 15 years. His probation was only up a month and a half after he voted. You know, he thought he was clear, free and clear. So they charged him when he voted in 18 also and stuff, you know. Got him on a $100,000 bond. But that's how rumors get started and stuff, you know. Stop spreading the word about stuff that you don't know anything about and stuff. Just like Donald Trump. When Leslie Stahl interviewed him one time, he said, "Oh, why do you lie so much?" He said, "If you tell it long enough, people will soon believe it." And that's what the Republicans do. All they believe, all these lies. Like, when is Donald Trump going to be put back in office? That's what I want to know. The date keeps getting changed. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous and stuff that y'all believe in. And about the virus, like
Douglas,
about the COVID.
Hey, Douglas, you ain't heard nobody on this show that Donald Trump's going to be put back in office. I've never said that. I said I want them to investigate the election like they're doing in Georgia and Arizona. And why should you be against finding out if anything improper happened? It's not going to change anything. He's not going to get put back in office until 2024. When he gets reelected, if he opts to run. And that was the clue right there, my old Rachel Maddow friend. Old Douglas found us. He'll be stirring up some baloney. All these lies that we believe. But we got to believe everything that's coming out of Washington right now, right, Joe? Yeah, Joe and the mainstream media, they're telling the truth. 24/7. Good to hear from you, Douglas. What a way to go out on a Monday morning. I didn't think we'd make it through the morning at one point. But here we are. We close things out here. Have yourself a wonderful day. Obviously, I know a lot of the drivers who get home on the weekends are not out on Sunday night, Monday morning. So it's always a quieter night. Yeah, Monday night, everybody be out on the road. We'll be kicking full tilt. And I hope you'll join us at the midnight hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems you except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.